USL. Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, and you're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Get involved in so many different ways on YouTube. You have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You have the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. Martin, historically on this show, Wednesday has been caller-driven. And I think today is going to be really special with the calls at 314-974-0101. Doug, anything you want to guide the listeners?
Clear them out right now. They're all on hold. Clear them out.
On the phone lines, say, clear them out! Clear them out! Take all of them and just clear them out!
And I'm going
We need to open these lines!
Tim, I'm going to take some calls, but first I got to get something off my chest.
Uh-oh.
Okay. No, I'm just saying that. That's just it's just a thing. It's a bit.
Oh, that was a nice bluff. I was in. I called.
Wow.
I got to get this rant off my chest here, then we'll get to some calls.
Okay, so we'll do that. I will say, Doug, and I might fall in slowly being groomed by your nutrition Nazi agenda. Mm-hmm. Soda, buying a soda from a lunch place to go.
Yeah.
I don't have to name names, but yesterday I grabbed some lunch for my wife, and I said, let's do 2 large sodas, which I could feel Doug over my shoulder. You don't need that soda.
So what did you get instead?
Just a large. No, $3.80 per soda. And I thought,
ROI season.
I'm like, what did that cost them? 10 cents? 20 cents? I'm like, you know what? I'm going full Vaughn. Next time, I'll take a water.
Oh, good for you.
Soda's a ripoff.
Oh, boy, that's a huge moneymaker.
Wow.
It's convenience stores. They don't care about selling you the gas. Just please come in and get a drink.
But those, you get a little better deal at the convenience store.
Oh,
the lunch places, look out.
Especially when the Cardinal scores 6 runs or 60 cents the next day.
Get yourself a deal. Watch out for big soda, Tim. That's my PSA.
There it is. Beware big soda. You can talk it over with the Air Comfort Service. Text inbox 314-399-9646. Doug the Gerbil says, hearing Tim's voice this morning sent me from 6 to midnight. That's the Gerbil. Happy Wednesday, fellas. Call me MTV Cribs because I'm going to be inside Doug's special place. That's from Shrimply Pibbles.
Don't need that.
Jeez.
And happy Jets on the verge of Elimination Day, fellas. That's from Buck Showalter's slightly used jockstrap.
Oh. Does anyone use a jockstrap anymore?
Flip that off.
They don't, right? It's
Next time we have an athlete on, let's go right to that. Right at the beginning.
I think it's just compression underwear now.
Because I haven't been looking close enough in the locker room.
There was no funnier sight than in gym class seeing 50 guys walking around with just a jockstrap on.
Didn't Jim Carrey and Cable Guy wear it on the outside?
I believe he did, yeah.
Walking out.
And Martin, this show is starting to really play well in Arkansas, apparently.
Okay.
Clyde from Arkansas here have listened to a local show. Is that Randy Rainwater down there?
Oh, I believe it is, yeah.
You actually know Randy
No, I have
Rainwater?
no clue.
Boy, I got bluffed twice on 2 pots.
Today's the day to take Tim down.
My God. Randy Rainwater, I think, Doug.
I don't listen as much as I should.
He's been doing radio down there for going back to when I was doing television. They're Clyde from Arkansas here. Have listened to a local show for over a decade, no more. This show is fire. I'm hooked. Jackson, that's from the 501, which is Arkansas, Central Arkansas, if memory serves. Would somebody named Clyde, who's been listening to Arkansas sports talk radio for over a decade, use the term, this show is fire?
Wow, that's...
Yeah. See, now I got bluffed off the pot by
And
Martin.
now you're
I got
back
bluffed
on your
off the
game,
pot by
back on
now.
your
Now
game.
I'm starting to... But am I overanalyzing because I was bluffed off 2 pots?
Mm-hmm. So there's a couple of different scenarios that Clyde could be a part of. Maybe he's my age, 27. Listening to sports talk radio at 17 or even younger isn't out of possibilities. We know Arkansas folks love St. Louis Cardinal baseball, see John Daly. So I could see maybe being in his late 20s, early 30s, or a young soul in his late 40s who understands the term fire. I wouldn't say that that's like a really, really youthful term. I think it's grown a little bit. But I like where your head's at, Tim.
Oh, gosh, we didn't need that at the end. That bootlicking.
That's a good thought. Well, he got bluffed off 2 pots.
Should we say that every time
my boy.
Every time Tim says something, we should say something like, we like where your head's at, Tim.
Yeah, I think that wouldn't be a bad bylaw
sakes.
to implement.
Sometimes it's nice when you hear like a podcast or radio host and someone will give some ridiculous take and they're like, well, I like where your head's at. And then they go the complete opposite direction.
To my point.
Yeah, to my point. Having said that.
Well, Clyde, call in. I think it settles
It would be
itself.
wonderful. Yeah, there you go.
We have his number. I hate to say it, but we could call him. Just kind of
Apparently, you could just start dialing in the texters.
Start dialing up the texture. We'll call. Don't call us. We'll call you.
Radio calling.
It's a little aggressive.
Guys, is Arkansas Sports Talk Radio just a lot of chatter about Sam Pittman's breast? That's from Al in Dadeville. Doug, that's
Probably
the head coach
not.
of Woo Pig Suey.
That's about what they have to talk about, though, isn't it? Arkansas football and basketball?
It was year-round, and it was certainly about 95%
Yeah.
football. I was there during the Houston Nutt era.
Big into the Cardinals, though?
Cardinals and Dallas Cowboys, yeah. So true, Martin. Drinks are so overpriced. How does a family afford going to the movies with popcorn and drinks? You need a small loan. That's from Sharon in Clayton, star of The Real Housewives of TMA, thinking of families and the children when she's made it clear that she's not a big fan of children.
But she's looking out for others.
A soda there can cost you, what, 10 or 12 bucks? It's the same thing at the Enterprise Center or Busch Stadium.
I did get one from the local gas station, but there's about $2, Doug. This one here. And I usually don't do it morning, so I see the look in your face. Let it go. Let it go.
I went into one of those mobile on the runs a day after the Cardinals scored 6 runs.
YOLO.
And there were like 15 people in line to get a soda. And I asked the lady as I checked out, I said, is this a really bad thing for you, this promotion? She said, no, it's the greatest thing that's ever happened. We have people in here all day long buying sodas.
And then they'll grab a little Hostess.
Yeah.
I could smell the coffee brewing. No discounts today. No baseball last night. A double dip today. Looking forward to it.
Arkansas, it's St. Charles, but a state. That's from Arbor Day, Doug, and he has won the Texture of the Year in 2023 and 2024.
Might win it again with that one.
It's not fair.
No, I disagree.
Not fair.
Disagree. That's not fair.
Sharon sucks!
Oh,
that's from the Fenton flirt that was in caps with 4 exclamation points.
Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
I guess
in
we're going to have to
production.
get that together. Real Housewives, we're going to have to.
I had a serious conversation with the digital department, digital production department. I don't know. I'll be in there doing the spread zone today with Riz and Anthony Stalter following our program. Going to be very awkward because, as you know, we're in Radio Wars with the Riz Show and we're in Radio Wars with the Fast Lane, and there probably won't be a lot of witty banter in between. We do about 7 takes on the show. I always stumble when I start screaming about Rory McIlroy's time is now.
Yeah.
Get a high pitch and my voice breaks and really try to sell it. Plus, I'll give you a Preakness pick when I can find out the name of a horse running in it.
Journalism.
I'll pick journalism, which I made the
was the
mistake of
favorite-
doing at 17.
You ought to call Jennings Senior and get a horse tip,
That's
and
not a bad idea.
then go on the air and act like it's your own, and they're like, "Holy smokes!"
He was the favorite in the Derby and didn't win it. Journalism.
Coming from a dope from Fenton, I'll take that as a compliment. Suck it, hater. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
She's going to be a big star on this show with takes like that.
She's going to get sideways with a couple of the ladies. Not happy they're not from the Central Corridor. I could see this already coming, Doug. That might be the first episode.
Doug, if Kirkwood were a state, what state would it be?
Oh,
I like that what Arbor Day did with Arkansas.
It's opened the door, really.
Kirkwood's a pretty good slice of cross section of the whole country, really.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of money there, and there's some middle class and below and everything in between.
Kind of like North Carolina?
I don't know about
Well,
that.
there's not a lot of tobacco there.
Well, okay. Never mind.
Okay.
What about Cottleville? If it were a state,
I'd say Cottleville
Georgia?
would be like.
That might not be a bad play. Mark. I think you're having a big
okay.
show.
You're having a big day, Martin.
I didn't see this coming in the pre-show meeting at 5.
Kirkwood is North Carolina. Cottleville is
Just
Georgia.
we're workshopping this. a little
Lisa
bit.
says it's Connecticut.
Okay.
I'm not sure we're upscale enough to be Connecticut. A lot of Connecticut's very upscale, isn't it?
Cottleville's some crappy area of Mississippi. That's from Buck
No,
Showalter's
it isn't.
slightly used
Disagree.
jockstrap.
Disagree.
No.
Hey, time sharing, less yappy, more jazzercisey. Doug, that's from Arbor Day, who's decided he's going to have a big show today.
He wants her involved in jazzercise.
Are you guys going to do a jazzercising episode? on the Real
That's a
Housewives?
good idea. I'm going to write that down.
Kevin at the Lake says Chesterfield is Connecticut.
Okay, I like that.
Jackson's got a facial expression. I picked up the towel.
Ladue,
Yeah.
Maine.
Well, I think Ladue's Connecticut.
Yeah, I was going to say more in that realm. Maybe Massachusetts.
I don't know about that, brother.
Well, the problem,
Maybe where you're going for the wedding, where you stack up guys in a cabin, but I don't know about
Vineyard. In
I don't know
Nantucket.
about my turf in Southie.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about like it's tough with states. It's like obviously a state's big, and you're going to have really nice areas and really crummy areas.
Right, you got your Hartford, Bristol stuff going on.
So
That's almost everywhere, though.
Yeah, it's tough. It's
almost
tough.
everywhere.
Oh my God! Do you guys actually ever talk about sports? That's from 970. Well, let's do it. Jackson, the Pacers advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals back-to-back years. Fun to see Tyrese Halliburton go to the Eastern Conference Finals, and this is going to be a showdown. And could it be reminiscent of what we saw at the Garden in the 1990s if the Knicks are able to vanquish the Tatumless Celtics?
I like where your head's at, Tim.
Yes, I do too. You know,
Dale Davis was big those days.
Well, listen, player poll comes out, calls Tyrese Halliburton the most overrated player in the league according to his peers, and look at him. How about back-to-back Eastern Conference Finals? What happened to the
Cavaliers after a huge regular season? 64-18 in the regular season, and then get bounced in 5 games.
They were battling injury, and the Pacers come to play when it's playoff time. They've shown that time and time again now over the past couple of years.
Tim, this might be a surprising take from a sports director, but I think that's enough sports, guys. That's enough. Back to the states.
Welcome to the show.
Back to the local cities equaling states, because I found that fascinating. I apologize to the 970. We'll get back to the Pacers breakdown at about 10:05.
Pacers and Knicks. Reggie Miller, he was in the zone. Was that 90?
I don't know the years, Tim.
93? Sideways with Spike Lee?
Could have been 93, could it? Because the Bulls.
94, 95-ish were the...
Yeah.
Would you guys quit talking about sports and start talking about fries? That's from Major Stronzo. Major Stronzo.
Okay. This guy says...
Talking about sports doesn't mean talking about basketball. That's from the female listener.
Okay.
I'll tell you one thing.
One of the worst takes.
Excuse me?
It's one of the worst takes I've ever heard.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you want the female listener to be a sidekick of Sharon's on The Real Housewives.
Yeah, more jazzercisey.
What I've discovered in our time at Hubbard Radio, St. Louis, which, Doug, as you know, began in January of 2022, the only safe topic is hockey. Cardinals.
Oh, really?
Which is a change from Martin when we were doing
Because of the
program
current
back then
dynamic
before.
with the fan base with the Cardinals. It used to be Cardinals.
That's correct.
Blues
And when we
are a
started the
little
program,
more.
we had a little NFL team.
Mm-hmm.
Now we've upgraded to the UFL, but the only safe topic is hockey. So it's hockey 365 a year in some corners of the Arkansas of the metropolitan area.
North Arkansas.
I say with loving respect. Contrary to popular belief, jazzercise really isn't the way to get fit or improve your body comp. I get more results from a good lifting program. That's from Sharon in Clayton, who's also decided to have a very big show today.
Jazzercise is just a little bit better visual for the show. You know, lifting's not really a very visually compelling exercise.
I like those water weight things.
You do water weights.
Yeah, that would work.
It's like Dick Van Dyke from Mary Poppins just showed up. No, like they're like the little puffy weights that they use in there. I don't think people are going to jazzercise to get ripped. I think they're going
Puffy
just
weights.
to keep the circulation rolling.
Enough sports and complaints from these dorks. Read texts from listeners sexually harassing Doug. That's from Man Bay 2004. Doug, that's a bay of
Gosh.
men.
Okay.
What do these nerds want you guys to talk about right now in sports? That's from the Crystal City Clamhammer.
Waffle fries.
Martin, let's revisit Connor Hellebuck. And, was that a bad goal there in the second period after Winnipeg had tied things up? Let's take a look at it. Saw Prongs breaking it down with Mess, and do you call him Weeksy or Weaker, Doug? And, of course...
Weeksy.
John Buchagros, was that another Connor Hellebuck misstep?
I thought he played fairly well. I saw a pretty good chunk of the game. I thought he played pretty well. I think now we're just waiting every time a goal goes in that it's got to be his fault.
They were breaking it down. Weeksy was breaking it down. Prongs put it on the defenseman. The guy, Pionk, who played, what did he play, 72 minutes in the double overtime?
Still out there.
He's still playing the double overtime game.
Numbers, Hellebuck, 3 goals on 24 shots. It's not a lot of volume.
No.
And then Ottinger, 31 saves.
Will you feel better if/when the Jets are vanquished by the Stars?
It's sad, but yes.
Is it petty of us? Yes.
Yes.
So they've lost every road game, right? This playoffs?
Yeah.
I believe that's
Because they were 1-1 at home
That's
in this
correct.
series.
Yeah.
0-2 road, so they're 0-5 on the road.
They're the
Good point,
87 and 91 Minnesota Twins of the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs. A team that won 2 world championships in 4 years without ever winning a road game. But they did have the fans blowing out when the Twins would be at home.
They would all blow out. It was kind of in
Whitey
unison.
Herzog started talking about that. I played golf one time with Tom Lawless, I don't know, like 8 years ago, and he goes, yeah, it happened, but we didn't catch on until game 6 and 7 that it was going on. They'd have the fans blowing in. When
I thought you meant the spectators.
No.
I
Like
know
whatever
right.
you
The
would
machinery,
call it.
yes.
The machinery at the Hubert Humphrey Dome.
Sorry, you just got me.
Nice. I picked off a pot unintentionally.
Oh, my God. I thought Whitey had this, older Whitey theory, like, yeah, the fans, they're all just going at the same time.
38,000 fans.
There was a great conspiracy to blow the ball out. Yes, I've heard that, where they would turn on, like, the AC and all that. Yes.
Yeah. Because I'm sure the Braves go, how the hell we lose to these guys? Cardinals at least were a little beat up.
In the series, the Twins hit 7 home runs, the Cardinals hit 2.
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say the wind was blowing out hard to the outfield when the Twins were hitting.
Blowing in when the Cardinals were up. That first goal was a joke. Hellebuck saw it the whole way. I've said it once. I'll say it again. How did we lose to these dopes? They're such frauds. They suck.
Okay.
That's from Sharon and Clayton, who might just need to be a co-host on the program at this point, I
I
think.
think so. And she's been encouraged to be less yappy and more jazzercising.
Yep. It's from Arbor Day. Get involved. So many people are choosing to do so. Banty is all get out.
Somebody's
314.
mad that we're talking hockey. And I'm like,
Oh, is that right?
For God's sakes.
Nothing is safe. 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. Then you got the phone lines brought to you by Collier and Thompson. 314-974-0101. Yeah.
don't
Do
like
you
that.
ever talk about golf anymore? That is, if there's a topic that can really upset them. I mean, really upset them. I mean, for real, like the ultimate upset them. Would be talking about golf. Now, my master's thesis, of course, Martin, is this is socioeconomic, and since I'm not running for office, I'm happy to present that master's thesis. And it's probably hitting close to home for those of you right now who feel like it might be hitting close to home. It was directed right at you.
Oh.
Yeah. But there is a major championship this week. I'll talk about my plays on the spread zone while I'm navigating the radio wars with Riz from The Riz Show and Anthony Stalter from The Fast Lane. I will do my best to defend both fronts as this program has been attacked, and it is hostile in this building right now. I mean, hostile is you're damn right. You're
Taking
damn right.
shrapnel from all sides. I just thought of something. Sunday mornings, Jay Delsing has the golf show. I'm going to start texting in. You guys never talk Cardinals. How come you haven't addressed the Blues? I'm just going to start rifling texts at Jay every Sunday. Why do you only talk about golf? Sick of it.
When was the last time you guys had a good fry talk, Tim? A friend and I started talking about fries and yield, and it spilled over into all forms of potatoes. That's Hal in Hillsboro.
Okay.
And he was upset with somebody yesterday, but I can't remember who.
I think Doug has been taking
Doug,
shrapnel
you
from
and Hal in
Hal.
Hillsboro.
Hal? I
I
don't
forget
remember that.
why, but Hal came after Doug.
Well, a lot of them do. Usually for my fry takes.
Oh, because of your fry takes?
I guess. I don't eat a lot of fries.
I enjoy fries. Man, I would say probably 66% of my meals and dinner.
Really?
Not. I don't. You see my breakfast every day: banana 8 o'clock, protein shake 9 o'clock, Bear Bells, protein bar noon. So at that point, Martin, I'm at about 600 calories, and then at about 5 o'clock, at some point, 66% of the time, there's going to be a fry involved.
Oh,
Are you saving yourself all day?
I do. Yeah, I do. Probably be better to eat heavy earlier in the day, and then you burn the calories off.
Oh, yeah.
But here I am. I'm a tiny little boy toy.
yeah.
Doug, have you given him the fry talk yet?
I'll pull them aside after the show, maybe. Although if you eat healthy the rest of the day, you can get away with a cheat fry every now and then.
I track my caloric burn. I track my caloric intake. Is it healthy? Maybe physically, but mentally, it's absolutely insane.
I can look into a man's eyes and know what kind of fries he likes.
That's exactly right.
The problem I have is eating dinner too late.
Oh, yeah. Especially with
sometimes
getting up as early as we do.
Yeah,
Forget
sometimes
about
it's
it.
7:30 we're eating. Need to go a lot earlier than that.
What time do you like to eat, Doug? About 3?
That'd be
Nice
great.
meal at
That'd
3
be
o'clock.
great. But 6 would be more reasonable. And then you've got 4 hours or so to wear some of that off.
Those wedges at Lee's are legit. That's from Kay in Southtown.
There you go, Jackson.
That's you've done more for Lee's famous recipe chicken in the last 5 days with your erotic foot talk during Mother's Day.
That's right.
Than I think that entity has had in a long time.
Hey, listen, it's them, not me. You know, they put out the quality product, and I think that will be exclamation point stamped at the Dotem because they're providing
I'm
lunch.
looking forward to I don't know when the last time I had fried chicken at noon was, but I will do it.
Oh, it's
I'll
good
have
for your
some.
golf swing, according to Rich Gould.
That's right. Oh.
I want them to go to the national meeting, all the Lee's owners, and they'll say, what happened in St. Louis? Where's the spike coming from? Well, there's this kid, Jackson, and he talked about rubbing his
Marketing
mom's feet,
guru.
and they're going to fly you in.
They
to
never
present
saw it coming.
the TED Talk with Jackson about chicken sales spiking. Thanks to the
They've
foot
got
rub.
all these 6-figure marketing guys, and
Yep.
none of them came up with the idea if you just offer to give your mother a foot rub, that'll sell some chicken.
Couldn't crack the code.
Guys, let's talk golf, the NBA, horse racing, and having good credit. That will really troll Cottleville. That's from Man Bay 2004. This Webster Groves Cottleville thing is getting to the point where we need to have some kind of meeting in Geneva.
And Webster is questioning Cottleville's credit scores?
Well, at least Man Bay 2004 is.
Have you been to downtown Cottleville? It's lovely. There's a great little market on the corner.
Yeah, I have been
Number
there.
of great restaurants.
And that Frankie Martin's outdoor
Is that the
park.
pizza place? No,
That's that outdoor park where they have live music and
and you get a food truck
food
roll up
trucks
in there.
Yeah, they do big business. It's really packed on the weekends.
I'm standing with Cottleville, Tim. I've been to a number of baseball
So you
tournaments
are
out there.
anti-Webster Groves? I thought you had Webster Groves.
I'm trying to bring them together. No, I'm trying to bring them together. If we could, Creve Coeur feels like a good spot to meet
That's
up.
where we meet up.
And we'll try and work this out because I love Webster and I enjoy Cottleville.
All right. Well, Martin's going to broker the deal, the treaty between Webster and Cottleville.
Okay.
If Jackson does foot rubs for Mother's Day, what's on his docket for Father's Day?
Oh.
That's from the Crestwood Coyote.
I like buying my dad a ball cap. That's what I usually
Don't say
do.
ball cap.
I knew Doug wasn't
It
gonna like
sounds
that. I
what
knew
Leave
it.
It to Beaver would have put on his head.
Mathers.
I'm going to go get a ball cap.
Yeah, my dad
Stop
loves
that.
My dad loves ball caps, and I usually get him some sort of ball cap.
Ball cap.
Yeah.
Like a Cardinal hat or something?
Not necessarily. Golf hat, kind of anything. You know, he's got a great collection.
Okay.
You know,
Mom gets a foot rub. Dad gets a ball cap.
Yeah. Well, he's not
I
going
got
to
some
be
Lee's
happy.
fried chicken too.
Doug, I'll be at Miss Sherry's at 3:30 today. I'll get extra napkins for the fun stuff under the table. It's from the 314.
I'm not sure what
dessert.
that means. I do spill a lot of ketchup.
Cottleville is lovely, but there's certainly a lot of SUVs and trucks with 15% interest rates. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
15% they got hit with. Man, I guess that's what happens when you want to buy a vehicle and you got lousy credit and they don't trust that you're going to pay it back. So they hit you with a higher interest rate.
If you don't have a truck, a tat, and a kid by 20, you ain't nothing.
Martin, that's the great Jennings Randolph Jr. giving us his perspective as he worked the pro shop at the Sullivan Golf Course.
So it was kind of a live read of sorts.
It was. He was trying to explain to us what life was like.
Did he live down there?
He did.
Okay.
He did.
It's lovely down there as well.
Look at you.
Running for office
Right,
over here.
You're running for office. Get involved. I see Pestis is on hold, Doug.
Oh, good.
Where's Clyde? Clyde in Arkansas.
Yeah, Clyde,
call in, big man.
Mark agrees with Tim. That's the first way to get to the front of the line. That's what Chairman Kurt says. And he also wants to talk trade rumors.
Oh, good.
All right, so that's coming up. But the Stiefel dossier, this is intriguing. Kenny Albert at 9 o'clock. How do you do? How about that?
He's calling Game 7, Blues, Jets. He was there. He's calling a lot of hockey. He travels like crazy.
Yeah.
We tried to get him on last week, and a couple days in a row, he was flying at 6 a.m. He is a grinder. And I think the answer to the trivia question is Kenny Albert, who has called professional baseball in St. Louis, football, and hockey. Blues, Rams, Cardinals.
Wow.
On the networks, Kenny Albert has called all three. His joke is that I got to get to a Mizzou game at some point.
Yes.
But
Tiger.
Kenny Albert at 9. The 8:30 is not a surprise guess.
Now, it's not a surprise guess in the Stiefel dossier.
Well, it's a mini. It's kind of it's a loosely falling under that umbrella, but I'd say it's a little more of housekeeping.
And that's because Ella Reese turns 30 on Friday, and we wanted to get her on. No.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. So Ella Reese celebrating her 30th birthday. That's at 8:30.
Who does
Kenny
he play
Albert
for?
at 9 o'clock.
I'm afraid to Google that name.
You can look at my phone.
Okay.
So what do we have? 8:30 is housekeeping?
Yeah, it's a surprise to you guys, but it's a little bit of housekeeping. I think we have a real surprise guest on deck for tomorrow. So I don't want to confuse the dais. But
Is this
8:30
Victor Scott?
No, he wouldn't be a surprise. I would actually be surprised if he called in. We've reached out.
I know. I knew that you were.
We've reached out. We haven't been
And
able to.
there's the twin bill today. We knew it was a day game day anyway. So I thought
no. If he were on, I would just say he's on.
Victor Scott's on.
No, but he is not on today.
All right, Doug.
As far as I know.
Doug, you didn't get Victor Scott at 8:30, and do we need to let Ella Reese know that we got a conflict?
Well, did she just get called up by the Cardinal? I don't know who Della
from
Reese
San
is.
Fernando.
Touched by an uncle.
I think I texted Jackson, just leave open 8:30 to 8:45 tomorrow, a little bit of a mini surprise. But I accidentally texted Matt Holliday.
What was his reaction?
He didn't respond, and I said, oops, sorry, not meant for you. And then I sent it to Jackson, and I said, I accidentally told Holliday. He goes, oh, is he the surprise? And I said, no, it's a housekeeping matter.
After a great day of a show with no guests yesterday, of course, you have to put some on today. That's from Nutsack Jim, who is not happy that we have guests today.
Stop it, Jim. You and your nutsack.
Put that off.
Nutsack,
Oh,
Jim.
man. What is it? What time is it? 8:26 Eastern.
Thank you.
Hey, guys, tomorrow the surprise guest is Malcolm Briggs. That's from Big Tough. Is that right?
No, that would be great. I tried to get him on my podcast for years, and he couldn't get clearance from Edward Jones.
Oh, is that really?
Yes. Or else he just didn't want to do it. He kept saying that.
Why would Edward Jones care?
I don't know. He said he wasn't cleared.
Not the surprise guest, but tomorrow at 9 we have number 41, Alec Burleson will be joining the program tomorrow.
That's right. Yeah.
That's right.
Around 9
He's
o'clock.
getting hot because he wants a baby to win?
Well, they need to find a spot for him in the lineup every day, I think.
Oh, we'll talk to him about it
Good hair
tomorrow.
as he is.
Stop booking ridiculous guests!
Hey.
That's from the Loomster who finished runner-up to Chairman Kurt and the Listener of the Year in 2022?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yep.
And went on a date with Lisa Ann?
Yeah, his wife won the Lisa Ann dating game.
Oh, that's right.
Bless sporting. Loomster's got my support.
I noticed you said his wife. Did he not have anything to do with that?
Oh, Bill.
It seemed like, sometimes you get carried to the finals, Madison Bumgardner-esque.
You're saying the Loomster's Madison Bumgarner or his wife is?
His wife. Of course, Doug Madison Bumgardner's wife, an expert field dresser.
Oh, yeah. And got the rabbit out of the snake's mouth, stomach, or whatever it was. That was a Vin Scully story, Martin, in case you missed that.
What season is that? I'm going to have to look for that tonight.
Do you happen to have that drop?
I bet I can find it. It will take me a second, but I bet I can find it. His wife, an expert field dresser.
Hey, Martin, stop getting guests. It's effing annoying. That's from Harrison's. I didn't know that there was such backlash to Martin's guests. Nutsack Jim, the Loomster, and Harrison's brother Master, usually encouraging in the text inbox. But today, Jon Gruden and Chris Long last week, Kenny Albert today.
And they want him to stop it.
Were you not entertained with Chris Pronger joining the show?
Yeah, prongs.
Doc Gooden joining the show?
Yeah.
All guests are vetted by the dais.
Yeah. And
other than the surprise.
Surprise guest, Eddie McVeigh, too. Eddie McVeigh had that.
Helped with the bookings?
Yeah. I'm an Eddie McVeigh lemming through and through. I think Eddie McVeigh, my top 4 St. Louisans, I think he's in there.
Really?
Mount Rushmore. Yeah. I love that guy down there at Maggie O'Brien's. Ball buster extraordinaire. But he's got a lot of the things that I enjoy going on, too, and I tip my cap. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to doff my cap.
Well, you doff it.
To Eddie McVeigh at Maggie O'Brien. How about this, Martin? Jugs in D.C., he loves the Beltway. He says, I like the guests.
On occasion. We just sprinkle them in.
No, we podcast and skip through the interviews. That's from the Loomster. I guess we is he and his wife.
Understand you can never do anything to please them all. Never.
I'm not worried about it.
I wouldn't.
The hate is flowing through the texters today. That's from my guy going back to the balloon party era, the Grape Ape Auto Detailing. Boy, I really like that Grape Ape Auto Detailing. And I still don't know if that's his name or if it's his business's name. Either way, my full support. The Grape Ape Auto Detailing. Screw these a-holes. You do you, Martin. It's a 4-he show. Doug, it's a 4-he show.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Big he show.
It's a who?
A big he show.
What does that mean?
4 he's. We got 4 he's right here.
The 5
as chairman. Well, yeah.
Oh, gosh.
We don't have any days.
Yeah, and then 4 hours, 4 he's. I think it's good.
I got it.
Well, I assume that's what it was.
4 he's.
But I kind of like it.
You know, the end of that week,
Our he. One he.
we rolled from Gruden to LaRusso, which led to big smooches. Chris Long was a surprise. Doc Gooden was an Eddie McVay vehicle. Pronger was a last-minute ad for Game 6. Wainwright was on that week, and that was the week Matt Holliday said, I'm concerned this is becoming a real show. And
He was concerned.
We're trying to get away from that as best as we can.
You're welcome to express your hatred. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service. Then you have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 194 friends are gathered. Doug Bazooka Tooth 75, who I feel like had a big day yesterday in there, if memory serves.
Tell me again what a bazooka tooth is.
Jackson, I feel like you broke that down for
One
us.
that sticks straight out?
Yeah, I thought maybe it was teeth riddled by the old bazooka gum you would get in the baseball cards. That was just hard. It was like eating a shard of glass.
Oof, yeah.
It was bad. Never good gum there. But nice baseball
What's the
card.
difference in that and a snaggletooth?
I thought like a snaggletooth was kind of what Tim was talking about. It kind of sticks out a little bit.
Oh, we need to get Dr. Pryor in here.
Boy, did Jewel have a snaggletooth?
Yes.
Yes, that would be in the category of snaggletooth.
I would call it a
Doug, I'm going to make a play here at the pot. I feel pretty good about it. I got pocket jacks, certainly a hand that you can lose a lot of chips on because you get excited seeing the paint. Kirsten Dunst.
That's a good call.
Thank you.
Bazooka Tooth, a studio album by A$AP Rock.
Okay.
Not to be confused with A$AP Rocky.
Correct.
Different artist.
Doug, don't get confused.
A$AP Rock spells with an E.
Bad news. I think I had one. I had a lower tooth right in front.
You had a snaggletooth, bro?
It just began to stick straight out. And
Did you use it to enjoy your fries better?
No. And then when I was on TV, it looked like I was
pickaxe?
missing a front tooth. So I had to get the whole thing yanked out, and then I had to get the Invisalign braces to close the hole.
Wow. Is that
It was
right?
a whole deal, yeah.
God, I remember that. Larry Connors. Great sportscast, Doug. Get the tooth fixed. I remember that right on the air.
Yeah, it hurt my feelings.
Now, MASH.
Get involved on the program. Many ways to do so. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. JV golf coach leads Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio 3-2 as we approach the midway point in the month of May. You can email in and compete the morning after at InsideSTL.com. I'm in the mood to give something away.
Are you?
Now, back in the day, Martin, when KFNS was struggling, I know that doesn't narrow it down, but
What era?
but Jay Randolph Jr. would give away $5.90 of his own money. So I don't really feel like giving away $101, and I don't
that's
feel
too
like
much.
$1.10.
10 would be
maybe
a little
$10 and
cheapish.
and a dime. I don't know, but I've Venmoed people before for balloon party questions, and we get some great ones. But I want to encourage listeners to partake in the email. We had a bunch of new ones yesterday. Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio is a star, though. But email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, the weather has warmed up, and we thank Seth Goldcamp for warming up the weather. We know he has that kind of power. 82 degrees. I was out last night until the sun was setting with the family. Beautiful weather. Felt like it was Florida spring training at night. It was perfect in St. Louis, and that's what we've got here today as well. If you run into issues with your air conditioning, go to designairservice.com. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, longest running sponsor on TMA going back to 2016. Sponsor of the email of the day, and Martin, Doug, and I are clients of Seth Goldcamp's team at Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, what do you think the theme is here?
I don't know.
Happy birthday to Dan Auerbach, guitarist and vocalist for the Black Keys.
Oh.
That's what this is about?
Remember his grandpa Red Auerbach? Smoked a cigar?
Yes. Only if they had the game in the bag.
Sometimes in the third quarter.
Right there inside the building. I wonder if a coach tried to do that today, if they'd escort him out for smoking.
They would tell them to please stop what you're doing.
Yeah.
Jim Leland would enjoy a dart.
He would, in the dugout.
Late in his career, though, he would kind of have to
Yes.
he would hide it a little bit, like behind his hand.
He was like an Olympic dart smoker. He had it like turned upside down. And you just kind of. He was like vaping before it was a vape.
I saw some tweet the other day. It was of Leland doing exactly that, and then the caption was like, when the manager tries to decide if he should let the guy go out for his 190th pitch of the game.
It's TMA. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We had Terry Crouppen in with us yesterday. Brown and Crouppen has been the presenting sponsor of the program going back now a couple of years, and we've gotten to know Ed Herman, Andy Crouppen, and Terry, who was in here talking it over with us yesterday. Really like them. I know a lot of people in the audience like the conversations as well. They're online at brownandcrouppen.com. They are committed to the St. Louis area. They have been since 1979. When the firm was founded here. If you are in a spot where you need a personal injury attorney, don't you want somebody who is local, who knows the legal environment in the area? That's Brown and Crouppen, 314-222-2222, or go online at brownandcrouppen.com and let them know you are a TMA listener. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Doug, Cardinals with what you call a twin bill today? Yeah. Mm-hmm. What if they were able to get both of these? Eric Fetty, Sonny Gray, Martin, is your...
It's interesting because Gray was going to pitch last night. And I wonder if it's a day-night split. Like if his splits are better at night than day. There's got to be a reason.
I'm going to find out on that.
You know, they put him in the second game, not the first game. And he is a creature of habit. He might prefer that routine. Because wouldn't you think you'd roll in, hey, you're next, you get the day game.
Yeah.
Not that it matters.
I'm about to go Splitsville and find out.
Jason's going Splitsville on the Sonny Gray day-night splits. But the Cardinals a game and a half back now as the Cubs beat the Marlins last night. Cubs and Cardinals, only two teams above 500 in the National League Central. And the Cardinals will try to leave Philadelphia with an 11-game winning streak before the day off tomorrow and heading to Kansas City for the weekend.
We've had good luck in the doubleheaders of late. The sweep in Cincinnati and then the sweep over the Mets. They did have that bad doubleheader in Boston. Lost both games. That was the Helsley blown save in the early game, but might be pushing it. But let's get a sweep. Let's get a sweep and get to Kansas City, Doug.
I think this 9-game winning streak is something absolutely nobody saw coming. You couldn't possibly have forecasted this the way they had been playing before. It felt more like they were about to fall apart completely at the seams rather than put together this long winning streak.
I think there are times when a team or a coach will tell you something, and it feels like absolute BS, but they actually believe it. And I use Robert Thomas as an example. He kept telling us the team was good, the Blues are good, and we'd kind of like go away.
If I may, just because along the... I don't feel like he was saying it. I would ask him about it because I would sense it in what he was saying, and then he kind of got... I'm not saying like I'm calling him out. I just noticed he stopped saying it in January. But when Montgomery got here, you could tell there really was some sense of belief, and then obviously everything changed after the Four Nations. So are you saying you were sensing it from some?
Maybe it was less of Thomas. Well, I was going to use the example of the Blues. Maybe it was Shen down there too. Hey, we got a good group here, and you'd say, I don't know. Yeah. They kept saying it. And I think a lot of us would roll our eyes, or we were skeptical. They said, this is a good group. It's a really good group. I'm like, is it? It seems kind of quiet. And it proved to be correct. And I think Marmol kept saying about the road issues, we're doing fine. If you look at each game, we've been close in these games. Everything's fine. Like, he kept saying, we're right there. We're right there is what he, and because Ollie, too, fans roll their eyes with everything he says. People were discounting it, but maybe there was something there. He was saying, listen, we're not that far off. If you look at the road losses, we're going to be fine. And it feels a little bit like that Blues tone that you were getting from them, where it wasn't just BS. They actually believed it, and then it starts to show itself.
Mm-hmm. It's the starting pitching that's made such a difference, in my opinion. And they've patched up some of the holes in the middle relief. But it's been a long time since a starter went out there and didn't really deliver a quality appearance. And when you have that consistent quality starting pitching, you're in every game and you're going to win most of them.
Well, before the winning streak got going, Adam Wainwright was a guest on the program, but he had tweeted something along the lines of, I realize the record might not be there, but the Cardinals are a piece or two or a play or two away, something along those lines, from being a really good team. And I realize Adam Wainwright's nature certainly is super positive. God bless. I'm certainly envious of that. But I also think he doesn't say that. It was unprompted if he didn't see it. And so that Martin, I would see some semblance of a similarity with what we saw and heard from the Blues, also from Jim Montgomery, and I don't think that was BS. In other words, I don't think just because we saw the team wind up going on the heater that they did. I think Montgomery got here and goes, oh my God! And one of the things I heard him on with the Fast Lane. If I'm not mistaken, that's where I was listening to this conversation. Yeah, it was
before the wars.
Yes, before the radio wars. And he was saying the thing that he noticed when he got here, and if you recall, his first game was against the Rangers at Madison Square Garden, is that their checking and the angles they were taking on their checking were just fundamentally unsound, essentially. But, I mean, how many people would have observed that? And he said that was one of the things that we really hammered home. And then we took off. Then we regressed a little bit. Then you had that time during Four Nations, and they took off. So he saw the raw materials there. Specific to the Cardinals, they're in a spot where they have had pitching that is way past expectation. I mean, that's incredible at this moment. I mean, this thing, this is a quarter of the way through. But you also still have some guys who are well below offensively where they could/should be. So there is potential for this thing to maintain. And, I realize this might not necessarily be the thing that many are talking about, but maybe it is. I don't know. The attendance thing is something that I'll be intrigued with if they do carry the momentum, not to necessarily say have the winning streak, but if they continue the momentum, and let's say, they have 5 road games before their next home game against the Tigers on Monday. Let's say they go 3-2. Do we see a material uptick in the attendance during the next homestand? Because I think, sensing it here from the listenership in the text inbox, that people are getting back on board. Part of that is the play. Part of that is the Blues season's over.
Yeah, I think that'll all factor in, and I think the fans will come back in bigger numbers. Weather's gotten nice now. Team's playing extremely well. I think they'll be back.
I just don't think it'll be dramatic. I think you'll see slight increase here and there, and then gets a little into the summer. And if they continue to play well, it'll go up. And if you have the Cubs in town, it'll be big numbers. But I think there's still a pretty good chunk that is just kind of turned off and mad, and they're kind of dug in on that position, saying if they do win, they got lucky. They weren't trying to win. They didn't do it. I think there's a percentage. I'm not saying that's a huge amount, but I think there's a percentage that is dug in. I think it'll increase because it's been pretty alarmingly bad in terms of attendance. Ticket sales is another topic, but because I looked yesterday, I think they were 10th in attendance, but it was based on ticket sales.
Yeah. Well, Martin, you'll be glad to hear they're not happy. Just turned the radio on, and you're talking hockey? Seriously? The team hasn't played in over a week. They lost in the first round to a team that's going to get beat 4-1 in the next round, which means they're not a good team. If you're losing the first round to the team that gets beat 4-1, you're a bad team.
Okay.
They just got lucky for a few games. Back to KC 95.
Okay.
That's from the 314.
I'm going to suspend him.
But at least he's keeping his listenership in the building. It's just a door down.
Okay, I'll suspend him a period of 1 day's time.
Because he's listening to KC.
Yes.
And
Read this dumbass text.
Then he's going to text AD and say, really? Queensryche again? Off to the arch.
Is that silent lucidity?
And he's just going to work his way down, and he's going to get mad at Courtney and Tim and say, really?
Hey, you dumbass.
Hey, come on,
Katrina and the Waves? Really? Going over to the Riz show. Oh, making fun of Jackson again? Going over to 92.3. And we say thank you.
People want to support the team, but we don't want the smug ownership and management group saying, we told you so. That's from the 618. Well, if they do say we told you so, it'll be really weird because the whole plan was that they were going to strip it down. So that would be an odd line to take.
Yeah, I don't think they will because they didn't promise big things.
I think it would be, I mean, it is right now windfall city around these particular parts. Now, Doug, if you do want to tie it to something, you can tie it to Jon Gruden, who you may remember him from the Blues Jets series.
Sure.
But while in town, he made a stop at a variety of St. Louis sports locations, including a conversation with Nolan Arenado and Lars Nootbaar in the Cardinal clubhouse. And he has not forgotten his love for the city of St. Louis. He has pivoted to the Cardinals. Here is Jon Gruden.
I love baseball, and I especially love the St. Louis Cardinals. And you know what's got me feeling really nicey? The Cardinals are on a 9-game winning streak. Try that! They're led by manager Ollie Marmol. I mean, try going into the clubhouse when you're 14 and 19 and keeping a positive attitude and turning this ball club into a force. Lars Nootbaar, their leadoff hitter, 6 home runs, 22 RBIs. He even has a better snap count than most of these clapping quarterbacks. My favorite player is Nolan Arenado, the man they call Nado. Got me feeling nicey. Try getting one past him at the hot corner. He's the best. How about our pitching staff? Tonight, we have Sonny Gray going up against the Phillies. He's 4-1 with the 3.50 ERA and 47 Ks. What if we get in trouble in the late innings? We go to Ryan Helsley. He's already got 8 saves. He'll blow it by you. And you better watch out for Brendan Donovan and Ivan Herrera. 2 young guys that are on the rise. Look out, Philadelphia. Here we go.
I like Jackson. You're almost like grabbing air on the hoof.
That's what he does when the beat hits and then he goes whoop, he like grabs at the camera and his eyeballs are like this the entire time. And he's rocking back and
Gruden is
forth.
fired up for these Cardinals. He was fired up for the Blues. Now he's fired up for the Cardinals.
He sounded a little like Steve at Ballpark Village when he started screaming.
A little bit, yeah.
Somebody texted in, is that Chairman Steve?
Yeah.
It's a good call.
They haven't lost since he showed up, Doug.
No. Now, is he doing this for other teams all over the country, or is he just falling in love with St. Louis here?
A lot of stuff. I mean, I think he knows that St. Louis fans are passionate, and I think he plays well in St. Louis. And, you know, sticking with this market's a good choice on his part.
Kind of on a St. Louis heater right now.
Yeah.
Could he coach the Bengals when they move here?
Yeah, his brother did.
It'd be kind of perfect.
Who's the sadder Hoosier angry? Who's the sadder Hoosier? Angry about topic, so he's announcing he's changing the station guy, or angry about guest guy? That's from Crestwood Coyote. Doug, who is the sadder Hoosier? Is that the Gallup poll today?
I guess angry about guest guy.
He's the sadder Hoosier.
Because he doesn't want anyone else coming into his tar paper shack and chopping it up.
Is sadder Hoosier taking Jackson?
I guess that's a T-shirt waiting to happen. Chairman Kern, I guess we got a Gallup poll to post. The Gallup poll from yesterday was, what do you prefer the Cardinals wear on the road, red caps or navy caps? And 564 votes. Last time I checked, 86.2 prefer the navy caps. And you will see the navy caps today in Philadelphia. They'll go back to looking like the Angels, Reds, maybe 1990s Rangers, and Phillies on Friday in Kansas City with the hackneyed 1990s red hats.
Oh, hackneyed hats.
It's true. It's true. It's damn true.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you for your support. Doug, we're 2 weeks away from the Dotem. 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Yes, I know. Still some spots open for
on
Thursday.
Friday, sold out, as it does. But Thursday, there are some spots available. Here is what you're going to get. Number one, you're going to get to see me play, and that is something that usually...
What do they call that, added value?
That's added value. That's exactly right, Bart. That's added value. It's presented to you by Michelob Ultra. Get your group together And what you're going to get for $170 per golfer is the following. Number one, of course, your round of golf, but you're also going to get breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, all your Michelob Ultra all day long, and on Thursday, an after party with food from Texas Roadhouse, plus the 100 West Dental closest to the pin competition and a long drive competition courtesy of Pondoff's Anonymous Recovery Podcast, plus our charity partner for this year's Dotem as it returns for the first time since 2023. A portion of the proceeds will support the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna. You can sign up right now at 101ESPN.com and get your foursome together for the Dotem. It starts, you can play either day or both days, but like I said, Friday sold out. 35 foursomes sold out on Friday. Thursday, 101ESPN.com. Playing with my dad, playing with my son, and looking forward to the festivities. It's at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort, Thursday, May 29th, and or Friday, May 30th. Presented to you by Michelob Ultra. Sign up at 101ESPN.com. We will be out there doing the show on Thursday and Friday. I think Andy Banker is going to be with us on Thursday. Bob Ramsey going to be with us on Friday as we pay tribute to Brian McKenna. Both of them very close with him. St. Louis Hero Network representation will be there as well. It's a great spot for both pre-party and after-party, so looking forward to the Dotem as it returns at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. And for some of the 101 listeners who are not familiar with this program, maybe because, like Rich Gould, your AM radio was on the fritz.
Even though he worked in AM radio.
That's correct. Or you didn't know HD2 existed, and now we've been on the station for 7 months. You go, okay, maybe I'd like to meet these clowns and give them a piece of my mind. Well, you can do it at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort on Thursday, May 29th, and Friday, May 30th. Presented to you by Michelob Ultra. It is the Dotem Golf Tournament. Many call it the fifth major.
People have asked, and I've seen it roll through. I like to do a little text auditing. Sometimes I'll scroll through the text hours later. And people have said, explain the Dotem. And I do think there's some people who are saying, what is the Dotem? Why is it?
I think a Swope's Picks would be a great recommendation, which is a podcast done by Buck Swope, Martin. Should be an award winner for my money. But he gives the history of the listener known as Deke Dotem, who Doug suspended indefinitely.
Indefinitely.
Because he would send in texts and write emails that were, candidly, very flirtatious toward Doug.
And especially vile.
That's subjective, but he certainly had interest in you. You, of course, have been married for decades, now a grandfather, so it's a little surprising when you're doing a program that a gentleman maybe 30 years your junior finds you attractive and wants to go out with you and then vividly explains what he would like to do when you guys do get a chance to go out for a malt shop.
Malted, yeah. A little weird. A little odd, a little strange.
Right there.
But Pete Rose was reinstated.
See?
Shoeless Joe Jackson was reinstated.
Well, Dotem has not been. That's where
Does he have to die to get reinstated?
Yes.
Is that the trick?
Yeah.
Well, he wears a wonderful French fry bucket hat. He is a delightful gentleman. And
he was an intern at 590.
Yes. Yes, he was. And now we have a golf tournament that started in 2016 named in his honor. Usually it has been at Normandy. Martin, you were out there at Normandy, and the Golden Bear was out there.
Golden Bear.
Just 2 days ago.
On Monday, Jack Nicklaus was in town, and we were told we have a chance to interview the Golden Bear. And I said, oh, my gosh, we'll be there. They said, be ready by 3. We got there at 2:30. I like to be early. Pulled up, and Jeff Smith says, you just missed him. And I said, got me. And he said, no, he literally just left. He said he was way ahead of schedule. He was supposed to be here till 4 or 5, but he got his work done, and he was in, he was out. So we talked to his longtime designer, somebody who had worked for Jack Nicklaus for 42 years. He's the lead designer on Normandy. And I said, let's do an interview. People drive by here. They text us pictures on the radio. He says they'll be done by late fall,
How about
November.
that?
Really?
I had no idea.
So it's looking pretty good right now. Probably,
Well, he said they've done all the shaping. He said there's 3 stages and that they're past the first stage. He said you'll see grass going in soon. He says by November it'll open, weather permitting. He said it's been a rainy spring, which has slowed them down. But he said Jack comes in, and he said he's worked with him for 42 years. He said you just listen. And he said, this guy knows all the nuts and bolts of Normandy. He said, Jack just kind of looks around and says, what about over there? Is there going to be a bunker that, just freewheeling? Mm-hmm. And he's Jack Nicklaus. Mm-hmm. So they just take out their little notepads and say, okay, all right, sounds good. But we're going to catch up with Jack next time through. But I think the main update for the listeners is The Rock. I still hear Jay saying it.
Yeah.
We'll be back in business in maybe November.
That's outstanding.
It doesn't look like it. I don't know enough about it, but they said it's on track.
From a golf nerd standpoint, the layout of that golf course is outstanding. It just needs the proverbial TLC, and a credit to all of the people involved. And a lot of people have been involved with this. Certainly Jack Nicklaus is the face, but there has been a lot of support locally for it. I can't wait to see what they do with it, because from a layout standpoint, that place is outstanding.
Yeah, and Tom O'Toole will be yelling at me if I didn't say Met. Well, it's just Metropolitan MetGA Golf Association, metga.org. You can get the updates if you got a company you want to get involved, but it's metga.org. Maybe the Golden Bear will be a surprise guest one day. I'm sure that won't.
Wow.
He could probably play at the Dotem and do okay.
Yeah, I bet he could.
I don't know. Have you ever seen the ball striking at the Dotem?
It's pretty cool, though, with Jack Nicklaus, with all the international jet setting that he does, all the things he's involved with. It takes time to come to Overland in Missouri.
He's 85.
To do this golf course. It's really very cool.
So I said, you didn't tell him I was coming and that we'd, hold him up a little bit. They go, yeah, it didn't really cross our mind. That was, I got to tell you, though, of all, you probably have had interviews over the years, and the tape, Earl Weaver. Or they just canceled at the last minute. You're like, I literally was crestfallen. I'm like, I had prepared all these great questions.
At least you got there early, and it wasn't a case of...
Mm-hmm. And the truth is, I would not have had a photographer any earlier. And 3 o'clock, they thought, was on the early end.
Can't you shoot it with your phone?
Well, no. I mean, I could have. Had he been there with no photographer, I would have done anything I could. But nonetheless, Normandy, The Rock, is going to be ready soon, man. Pretty soon.
And Dotem, for anyone who doesn't know the full story, he got suspended by me indefinitely and remained so. There became kind of a big push to get him freed. So people would say free Dotem.
There were billboards.
Wasn't it at the Ryder Cup? They yelled free Dotem?
Yeah. The PGA Championship 7 years ago in St. Louis.
People were holding up banners. There was one at an LA Kings hockey game, free Dotem. There's somebody went to Machu Picchu and where's that? Peru or Chile, wherever that is, and held that up, free Dotem. It's really disgusting.
It's written on pesky pole now.
When we win the Open, will you please free Dotem?
It's not Dotem, it's Dotem.
Nagel, as he was playing in the U.S. Open.
And now it's on Pesky's pole.
Didn't Danny Mac say the Dotem family was in town at a Cardinal game?
Denise, and Deke.
I think he made
delightful
that up.
Best wishes to Mr. Dotem.
Listen to the support.
It just angers me more. That's all.
It.
We're getting to that point where you got a free Dotem.
I won't.
We're getting to that point. Will he be at the Dotem?
He has been there a few times.
Chicago, maybe?
Mm-hmm. I think he's now outside of Detroit, which is experiencing a resurgence, Doug, which says we can experience the same resurgence here.
Yes, we can. We can.
But he wears a French fry bucket hat, Martin. It is a true delight. All right, we got the 8 o'clock hour here. Surprise-ish guest?
Yeah, a little bit of housekeeping, but both.
Kenny Albert at 9 o'clock, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 10:45. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA, and it's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Game rained out yesterday, so let's play 2 today in Philadelphia. The Cardinals' first game is at 12:05 with Eric Fedde on the mound against the Phillies. The second game will start at 5:15. Sonny Gray toeing the slab for the Redbirds in that second game. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, we have breaking news about Matt Carpenter.
Have we?
As we get into the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on TMA, Matt Carpenter has announced his retirement, which, in parentheses, I thought had happened. But he has officially announced it, and where is this coming from, Jackson? We both saw it on the Twitter tweets. I think Katie Wu retweeted it because I do not follow Sports Spectrum, but Katie Wu retweeted it. Here you go.
Wanted to take this opportunity on this podcast here with you and officially announce my retirement from the game of baseball. Was very fortunate enough to play, for some great organizations, and had quite a thrill being able to don the St. Louis Cardinals logo for many years. A brief stint with the New York Yankees and also the San Diego Padres. And, I could thank a lot of people, and I will, but I think I've got to start with my family, my wife, Mackenzie. Anybody who's played professional baseball knows that it takes a really strong woman at home to get through what that life looks like. And she was the rock in our household that was able for me to go out and play the game that I loved for so long. And so I can't start without thanking her. And then obviously my parents, my mom, my dad. Having kids now, you realize the sacrifices you make for your own children coming up from the time that they're walking or born, and obviously through youth sports. My dad was my coach. And my love for the game of baseball came from his love of the game of baseball. He pretty much taught me everything that I know about the game. So obviously a huge thank you to them. And, I just wanted to get that out there. And I'm excited for what's next and getting to spend some much-needed quality time with my wife and kids on a more consistent basis now that, you put the cleats up. So, it's exciting stuff.
Doug, that's Matt Carpenter, and he has officially announced his retirement from baseball.
39 years old now. I didn't realize he was quite that old. It's a heck of a career for a guy like that. I see he made about $91 million. There's a 3-time All-Star with the Cardinal. We forget how good he was in his prime because he had some rough years there at the end.
I think it was the contract extension that he didn't necessarily...
Bizarre.
Yeah. Wasn't it? But he was a heck of a player for quite a while. Glad that he could spend so many years in the major leagues, because there were other guys who seemed to have more physical talent than him. At times he looked kind of awkward the way he threw, and he kind of a different sort of batting stance. But boy, he made it all work. He was a really good player for a long time.
Doubles machine for a while there.
Mm-hmm. One of my favorite Cardinal moments, going back to. Since the 2011 World Championship would be his at-bat against Clayton Kershaw in Game 6 of the 2013 NLCS. That was an absolute battle. I want to say it was like 13 pitches, and he battled and fouled off, probably intentionally, because you can do that until you get a pitch.
Well, they don't try to foul him off intentionally.
You got a pitch that...
Was it a good piece of hitting, Tim?
Beautiful piece of hitting. And that broke things open when he got the knock. And once again, Clayton Kershaw had to exit Busch Stadium. I believe he was going to win the Cy Young in 2013. And the Cardinals shipped him out. And an hour or two later, they would clinch the National League pennant. And then I'd see those guys over at the Pepper Lounge following the game.
Oh, really?
I remember seeing seeing some of the boys, and the ALCS was still up in the air. Do you recall who was in the ALCS in 2013? This is rapid fire trivia.
The Red Sox are one, of course.
Yeah.
Tigers?
Nice. Martin just shipped it.
All right.
Red Sox and Tigers. That might have been the series where the police officers in the Red Sox bullpen with the arms outstretched was that an Ortiz home run, foreshadowing for him getting, I think, every single hit in the 2013 World Series.
Because you're not allowed to pitch around or walk him.
That's correct. That was the rule then. And so they had to pitch to him. And he enjoyed it.
You want the call, that exact 11 pitch at bat here?
Oh, yeah. Nice treat.
Every pitch.
11th pitch of the at-bat right here. Line to right. That's down and fair into the corner, and Carpenter heads to second. Puig up and throwing. And that is a stand-up double. The 11th pitch of the at-bat. He's at second.
And we fade out the audio again. Oh. Wow. I guess it's okay. Carpenter played 14 years with 12 years with the Cardinals. There haven't been that many guys who spent 12 years with the Cardinals. Maybe it would surprise me how many. I haven't looked it up. But there aren't many that get that many seasons with the same team. 1 year he's fourth in the MVP voting, 1 year 12th, 1 year ninth in the MVP
was he fourth,
voting.
18?
2013.
13, yeah.
Yeah, led the league with 199 hits.
18 was the huge second half, right?
Salsa season.
I was going to say the salsa.
He had years where he led the league in walks, he led the league in doubles, plate appearances.
It was always 3-2.
Heck of a career.
They should have just put it 3-2 on the count when he stepped into the plate. It was always 3-2.
Yeah, and he kind of remade himself there. He became a big power hitter. He hit 36 home runs 1 year.
That was the salsa year, right?
I think it was.
Screw the haters. I can't wait to see Matt Carpenter don the red jacket. That's from the master of the custodial arts.
I guess he's a red jacket guy.
Oh,
he probably is, yeah.
Had a nice Cardinal career.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was 2011 he came up. Right, Doug, do you have it in front of you?
Yes, 2011 is first year.
He did, but he was not on the postseason roster.
But he was probably around for the run.
He had a cup of coffee that year.
Prominent in 2012, a year that many believe should have been a pennant-winning season. They were a win away from doing it. And then old Barry Zito got him, Doug.
Mm-hmm. And he was already 25 when he came up. You know, most guys who were going to stick around as long as he did would have been up a little earlier than that. He had some of his best career years well into his 30s.
Jackson, you wouldn't happen to have the exchange between Calvin May, Matt Carpenter, and the always upbeat John Lackey following that at bat in Game 6 of the NLCS. Would you?
I would, Tim. Yeah, and
that's a great question, and I'm glad you asked. And
Here you go.
Okay, here it is.
Matt, did you know in the top of the fourth that Don Mattingly made the statement that it makes him think that the Stan Musial is in that body and running around here?
Sick.
And you?
Well, I don't really know what to say about that one.
Yeah.
John Lackey's sick. We asked him at spring training the following year because it was a rare display of what we firmly believe went on and probably still to this day goes on inside of professional athletes' locker rooms / clubhouses, which is a mockery of the nerddom that is our industry. Mm-hmm. And Lackey insisted that he was being sincere when he said sick, right? There's not a chance in hell he was being sincere.
No.
Guy was the biggest smartass going, which made me love him.
Yeah. Would you say many of us in the media are just kind of drifters?
Yeah, we made bad career decisions.
Drifters.
That'll wrap it up. Do you mind if I say this? Full stop.
First of all, I'm not a respected journalist.
Is that an oxymoron? Drifters.
Yeah.
As if we would just be on the highway with a thumb out?
Yeah, Bedouins who just kind of go from place to place where we can find a meal.
Bedouins. Wow. Circa just released SEC team win totals. That's from Steven Time Oh, color me intrigued. We'll have that for you here on the other side of the break. And he just gave me the Fighting Tigers win total. I love this. I don't necessarily enjoy fall because I hate the winter so much. But I love me some college football SEC win totals. We got that. We got a surprise-ish guest. It's at 8:30.
Yeah, a little bit of housekeeping. A little bit. It'll be
housekeeping, Doug. That's such a tell, but I can't figure out what I'm supposed to keep.
It'll be. I think it's fun banter. It's fine. It's fine. Everybody, get your complaints in now.
Okay.
In fact, at the Dotem, I'm going to set up a little complaint department. Tim, I'm not a big golfer. I'll be
Doug
there.
Doug does a kissing booth at the Dotem. You're going to do a complaint booth?
I'm just going to sit there with a legal pad, and I will take your complaints, and I will take them to heart.
You can join the booth. We'll have a kissing and complaint booth.
Ooh,
what about a dunk booth? Remember Demoff did it?
Yes.
You have an executive of an NFL team sitting in the dunk booth.
Martin's sigh right there at the end was similar to the Lackey's. Sick. You can also text in, you can email in, you can call in. Many ways to participate in the program. It's an active Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Cucky the Dwarf is talking to Percy Blumpkin. You like Percy? He's a good guy. Hard worker. Clocks in early, leaves late, does the extra reps.
I haven't spent as much time around him as I probably should have.
Right. Yeah, Big Blonde Dan's in there talking it over, too, with Tiny Pee-Pee of the Pee-Pee family there in Huntley. So go in there. You can watch the program. You can see how cute we are. It's at youtube.com/TMASTL. And plus, you can talk it over throughout the course of the program. This is TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Now, if you're someone who is looking to purchase a home or refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things, let me make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. He will help you every step of the way, and he makes himself super accessible. Call his personal cell phone. 314-324-4440. Or you can Google the Bagel Loan. If it's a new home you're looking to purchase, he's going to get you to the closing table fast. Try 10 days, and he will get you the best interest rate possible. He also has the Bagel Loan that can help you out, too. What's the Bagel Loan? If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie's your guy. He makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan.
Happy birthday to Martin Garrix.
Doug, you wanted to celebrate Martin Garrix's birthday? Well, here we are.
I should know who he is, I guess.
Dutch DJ.
A Dutch DJ.
Who wants to be the Dutch DJ in the text inbox? You'll get to pick that name on June 1st. Jackson shut the request down last week.
Do you know all of the Dutch DJs?
No, he might be the only Dutch DJ I know, but I know Martin Garrix.
How did you know it was his birthday? Do you have a list in front of you?
Yeah. Oh, you think I remember this stuff?
That's very FM morning show. All right, let's get to the birthdays.
Yeah, it is.
Michael Landon, if he were alive, would have been 97.
Michael Landon.
Boy, my mom liked that Michael Landon. Very awkward around the house.
Really?
Very awkward. And then she got a chance to meet him, and then he goes, boy, I wish I would have gotten a chance to meet you when I was younger. My dad's just sitting there like he's on the Davenport.
That's really creepy.
Your dad
Is that
got
a cuck?
Yeah, I
by
think so.
Michael Landon.
I think so.
And then you find out he really wasn't a great parent, yet his whole persona on TV was being a great parent.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah, the kids, his own
I feel like
kids.
we're doing a gossip page.
Little House on the Prairie. Yeah.
Ooh, do tell.
That was the Ingalls family, am I right? You
I
want to
believe so.
come over and watch
Yeah.
the Waltons in Little House on the Prairie tonight?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Great.
Probably not. But he was the youngest of the of Ben Cartwright's boys on Bonanza.
Awesome.
Which I thought was a serious show as a kid because everybody watched Bonanza Sunday night. I thought it was a serious show. I saw a replay of it a couple years ago. It was just horrendous. Just terrible. Terrible. Silly and goofy and just bad.
Your thoughts on Bonanza, 314-399-9646. They're not talking about that in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That is very... Cucky the Dwarf, I just opened it up, and Cucky the Dwarf is essentially doing a Q&A, it looks like.
Is he?
Cucky the Dwarf, Tiny PP, Jackson's wedding date, and Percy Blumpkin are in there talking it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. All right, here we go, Doug. Are you ready?
Okay.
Brett McMurphy. SEC regular season over-under win totals have just been released via Circus Sports. What do you think Las Vegas and Circus Sports has set the over-under win total for the 2025 national champion Missouri Tigers?
Over-under, did you say over-under win totals, Tim?
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, that means how many do you think they're going to win?
That's correct.
As opposed to what they might not win? I'm trying to get to their schedule.
You can win and still lose,
okay.
Doug.
Think about
1,
that.
2, 3,
Martin, there's our
4,
favorite, the time kill music.
5,
So wins
6,
and losses.
7.
Are you going game by game, Vaughn?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out who they're going to beat. I'd say 7.5.
Wow!
I would have thought.
You shipped it.
Is that what it was?
That's the number. That is the number in Las Vegas. 7.5. They open things up on Thursday to get people to the Lake of the Ozarks against Central Arkansas, Scottie Pippen. And then Rock Chalk Jayhawk comes a-calling. I've got the Ritz-Carlton of Columbia, Missouri booked for that weekend, both Friday and Saturday. Then Louisiana, the Ragin' Cajuns make their way. You'd like to think at worst you're 2-1 there. You'd like to think at worst you're 2-1 there. Doug, I like to break these down into 4 different seasons.
Okay.
2-1 there. Now it's time for a little revenge with Shane Beamer. And that's September 20th in Columbia, Missouri, not South Carolina. What a birthday treat for me on September 27th as UMass is on the schedule again. This time, though, they don't get to see the fall foliage.
Such a rivalry.
UMass comes to Columbia. Somehow UMass is playing a variety of SEC teams once again. Then you got Roll Damn Todd after a bye week on October 11th. That could be a 1-2. That could be a 2-1. I guess it could be a 3-0. So there, I guess you go 3.5-1 because South Carolina, Alabama certainly could be losses. I mean, I can't wait to see what South Carolina and what's the name of the quarterback?
Lenora
Sellers. Man, I am high on him.
Okay.
Sweet, but tip of the cap to ILL because they shut him down. Then the next quarter of the season, Doug, you go on the road to the Plains and see Wardam Eagle. Then you go to Nashville the following week, and then after a bye week, you're at home against Texas A&M. R.C. Slocum's bunch comes to town. You set that over under at 1.5. You see what I'm saying? Now you're at 5. And then you got Mississippi State in Columbia, Oklahoma in Norman, and Woo Pig Suey in Fayetteville.
Oh, I didn't break it down quite as much as you did. I just look at the first 5. I think they can win the first 5, be 5-0, then probably struggle against Alabama at Auburn, beat Vanderbilt. There's a 6th win. They'll beat Mississippi State at home. It's a 7th win. And how they do it against the Texas A&M, Oklahoma, Arkansas teams, that'll determine how good a season it is. They'll beat one of them to get the 8 wins at least.
There's always a team that you think is going to be really good that isn't, and there's always a team that you didn't even think about that all of a sudden mounts a charge. In 2023, it was the Missouri Tigers. In 2024, it was South Carolina. Who will it be in 2025?
What if Alabama's bad?
Let's keep an eye on that, man. Kalen DeBoer is going into the season.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Well, turn up the heat October 11th, fellas. Turn it up.
More college football talk. Full stop. That's from Alan Dadeville. And Doug, he loves Georgia.
Does he?
Who do you think has the highest win total?
Is it Georgia?
They're tied for first with 2 other teams.
Texas?
That's also one of the teams.
Okay.
Ole Miss?
No.
Miami?
Not in the conference.
Did I see Miami? Oh, you're talking about the conference. I thought you were talking about the country.
Probably Bama.
That's correct. Bama, Georgia, Texas, 9.5. Those are actually lower win totals.
Yeah, Georgia's 10.5.
That's what Missouri's was last year. Loved the under and shipped it for you. LSU's at 8.5. Hottie Toddy's 8.5. Jackson's Tennessee Volunteers 8.5. War Eagles is higher than Missouri's. That's of note. They're at 8. A&M's at 8, and then Florida, Missouri, Carolina all 7.5. Mississippi State at the bottom at 3.5. Vanderbilt 5.5 as they experience some momentum in the first half of last season.
Javier back.
Yeah, why not?
I saw something yesterday. I never know if I'm reading fake news or not. That Miami signed this 5-star offensive lineman from Missouri.
Yeah,
was that true?
The Jackson, maybe Cantwell is the last name.
Yeah, he's like the number 1 O lineman in the whole country.
Yeah, I think it's Jackson
Missouri
Cantwell.
didn't get him.
Yeah, he is headed to Miami.
Real talk, college football talk sucks. More pee-pee talk. That's from Hoosier Daddy and Martin. They're not happy.
Talk.
It just doesn't. It doesn't matter. But I know we have a surprise-ish guest.
On the line. And it doesn't. We don't have to roll the open. I'm going to call this house game. I just wanted to get to the bottom of something.
We got going on, Doug.
On the line with us is Sweet Kai.
Sweet Kai
is on the line.
Jackson didn't even know about it.
You're not happy about it, but I feel like this wedding chatter has gotten out of hand, and I wanted some clarity here. Kai, welcome aboard, buddy.
Okay. Fellas, happy Ween Wednesday.
Happy Ween Wednesday to you, sweet Kai. When are your nuptials? Is that June 20th, Doug? June 21st?
I don't know the dates, Tim.
Yeah, it's the 21st, and we started planning this whole thing in January when we were over on the vineyard, and I obviously had no idea that Plowhawk's wedding was the same day.
Yeah, so you'd probably like to have that one back, wouldn't you?
Well, it is what it is.
Doesn't sound like it. Doesn't sound like it at all.
Tim, we have had a good run of booking guests, but this is the first one I had a text back that said, yeah, I'm down with it as far as doing the segment. He said, might be poor audio quality if I'm stuck with a backpack blower. So if he's got the backpack blower on, the audio could be an issue.
You still working as a sod buster up there on Cape Cod?
You better believe it.
The housing situation has also become quite the topic, and I thought this was a chance. I had a lot of wedding chatter. I just wanted some clarity.
All right, ask away.
Okay, so the house situation is?
Well, the ceremony and the welcome party proper.
Are you able to stand still for a second, or no? You're on the move, it sounds like.
Well, I'm kind of standing next to the ocean, so it's a little windy.
Oh, that's a shot. That's a shot.
That's a Ladue guy throwing it in our face.
I've never seen the ocean.
Not going to play well in Arkansas.
Yep. Nope.
Yeah, but anyways, the ceremony and the welcome party are at a private residence that we rented. And then we got a second Airbnb for a bunch of the friends, and then families staying in a hotel. So, yeah, we got a nice little setup for the boys.
Jackson not having the ability to bring his love interest, who I believe he will be engaged to within the next year, really has bothered Doug. Is there anything that you would like to say in response to Doug's vehement criticism online?
So I would just like to say that the homeowner did not want us having our wedding at his home. So we had to do a little sweet talking to get the approval. And while doing that, we had to negotiate head count, if you will. So the highest we could get him up to was 45 with, servers, bartender, and chefs. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at. It's just a numbers game. And
I feel honored just to be invited, really.
I'll say this, just in my defense. I've actually never met Jackson's betrothed. So, like,
none of us have either.
No, mystery woman.
Do we think
there's a little Manti Te'o buzz in the studio.
Yeah, I'm starting to think she might not be real.
Oh, no.
You're a catfish victim?
That too. Sweet's been he's been on the Eastern Seaboard, kind of holding it down for these past couple of years.
You like that term, Doug? Eastern
Seaboard? That makes no sense to me, really.
As you're doing your daily duties there, Kai, are you troubled that it's become such a topic? It felt like you had to get really busy on the text line the other day to defend yourself.
Well, it kind of reminds me of that Mariah Carey song, like, "Why are you so obsessed with me?" Kind of like that.
Wow, that was beautiful.
Well done, this guy can warble.
So, like, I wish all these people would kind of just leave me alone,
No, you and me both, brother.
Kai, I need to ask about what took place at the Post here in Creve Coeur about 4 years ago, and I'd like vivid detail if at all possible. Doug, Kai's fiance goes to the restroom, as I understand it.
Okay.
And while in the restroom, she's approached by a bisexual lass who begins to flirt with her. The fiance says, "I'm sorry, I'm with someone." She comes out of the restroom. The bisexual girl sees sweet Kai and then begins to verbally assault Kai and says he's not worthy of the attractiveness of what is now his fiance. Is that an accurate retelling of the tale, sweet Kai?
Tim, I would say that was pretty accurate. The only detail that was a little off was I was the one in the restroom. So
you were in the women's restroom.
I was actually in the men's restroom. So I had my, my love in hand, relieving myself. And I hear the door fly open because, that's not a very big restroom over there at the Post. And it's a woman. So all these other bystanders behind her are like, no, don't go in there, whatever. So I finish my business and come back out of the little boys' room, and I just get thoroughly berated by this woman. She was clearly inebriated. It was probably about, I don't know, maybe happy hour. So she had definitely been there getting after it for a while. And, she pretty much went up to me and Maddie at the bar. Oh, sorry, Sugar Mama. And, she was like, "Why are you with this guy? Like, you're way too pretty for him." All this nonsense, because obviously I'm the better half of the relationship.
Wow, clearly with the backpack blower on.
Thinks a lot of himself.
Wow.
God, I got to tell you something. I would love for that to happen to me. I really would.
The most alarming part of the entire encounter was as soon as the hostility faded a bit, she said, "All right, I need to go pick up my daughter from the babysitter."
Oh, wow. I guess that's hot. I'm not sure that's hot enough.
And Jackson, as a surprise to you, Kai, is bringing her to the wedding. How about that?
I'd be happy to see her.
Are you, can I ask why you're sweet Kai? Who dubbed you that, Jackie?
He was at one point sour and then he turned sweet.
Yeah, I'm not. I think that name's kind of like been with me since middle school or high school, and I haven't really been able to shake it. So therefore, I've just embraced it.
Yeah. Well,
sweet Kai, thanks for taking time out of your duty.
Yeah.
Do you follow along? We've had a lot of chatter. I thought it would be some housekeeping. Kai, thanks for joining us.
No, thank you, Martin, because when you text me asking to come on the show, I come on the show for you.
Thank you.
How about that?
That's the power
Doug and
of
I
the
have
surprise
requested
guest.
it. He is denied.
You just happen to have his number?
I found it on the text line.
inbox.
Oh, you
But
did?
what we like to say in TV news, that's only one side of the story. On the line with us now is the Plowhawk, who also...
Oh, my God!
who has a wedding at the same time, and it's really divided this show. Plowsy, welcome aboard.
Unbelievable. Like Tiger Woods in 2000, Doug. Here comes the Plowhawk.
Plowsy's going to have to call back in.
Oh, we don't have it.
Did you want him and Kai on the same time?
Kai is gone.
Okay,
Plowsy's
well,
here.
that meant...
Oh, did we hang up on Plowsy? He was on the line.
He was, and then but I didn't know what you wanted.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the other side of the story, of course, is that the wedding is...
Yes.
So Kai was taking all the shrapnel the other day, and then Jackson's getting caught in the middle because he loves both these guys. And so the Plowhawk is going to be with us
How
here.
about that? I
He was
believe
on
the
hold.
Plowhawk's
Did you
wedding-
hang up on him, Jackson, on accident?
I didn't
Gosh,
know
that
if you
hurts.
wanted it. You said, and here's the other side of the story.
Still, he used to work
I didn't
here.
know anything. I have no idea. So I tried getting both of them on. I dropped one of them. All right.
Oh, no. The alliance is over.
Just like you're not going to his wedding.
Drop shop this together. Look.
Hold on. All right. Hold on.
no.
One moment.
Chairman Kurt just
Stand
said
by.
the
All right. What
Ladies and gentlemen, Timmy used to work here.
Yes.
The Peoria Plowhawk.
Hello, Plowhawk.
What up, guys? Nice to all what's going on there.
This is still a well-oiled machine, as you can tell.
Well, it sounded like Kai was in spring training.
The wind was definitely present, Plowhawk. Plowhawk, when did you... Oh, hey, they're both marrying people named Madison.
Yeah,
How
it's
about
true.
that? I just realized that. When did you and Madison set your wedding date? Because I feel like it was set before January.
So we set it, I would say from maybe 3 weeks after we got engaged on the 23rd of December. So I'd say, probably the first week of January.
Wow.
So mine are pretty close.
How pissed off, Jackson, are you?
You know, what's funny is, obviously, I'll send them the registry information. You know, we do take cash gifts.
Oh, you can still send a gift.
Oh, no doubt.
You know, just because you're not going doesn't mean you can't support. But nonetheless, what is funny is I texted Martin about this, and I didn't even know this was a part of the show. Was kind of waiting for Jackson's RSVP. He is kind of one of the last ones.
You haven't. You're the last guy to RSVP?
Well, I think I'm still...
Not the last one.
Okay, not the last one. All right, my bad. I'm still a new guy when it comes to weddings. You know, I've only been to a handful, so I'm still getting my feet under me. My bad, Plowhawk.
Who's the last one? Is it Hadley?
Yeah, well, he was the first one. Now that he knows it's free food and drink, he was.
Should you gift card? But here, at full disclosure, so we told you that Sweet Sweet Kai was willing to join us, but he was concerned that the backpack blower would make noise. Plowsy, when we texted about this topic, he said, to be honest, we're looking for a few declines to save on the food bill.
Jackson, will you save
So you're
today?
helping.
Yeah, hey, happy to. And, of course,
So
I'll be
that's
sending
your
a
gift.
gift.
That's your gift, is that you declined, you saved him money.
And I'll also send a gift. So, you know, I'm a staunch Plowhawk and Madison lover. You know, I love the both of them. They're great. I love the Plowhawks.
You
so much.
decline, they save money.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what's funny is I did talk about me and Doug had a nice little dinner date, obviously, to go over him being the efficient and, you know, how much talking he's doing. And the first thing I told him was, man, we need a lot more people to start saying no. So it was time, and I'm kind of glad that
he's over it, Jackson. He's over it. Plowsy, will you provide the script for Pastor Doug?
So I want Doug to be himself. So I kind of want him to, you know, introduce himself, tell all the old, you know, people to turn off their cell phones, turn up their hearing aids, you know, things of that nature. Like, I want him to be himself. You know, I think there's going to be a lot of downtime with, you know, some readings and whatnot. But I really want that Doug flair.
You want me to yell at people? Suspend a few people in the crowd?
Suspended at the wedding.
Well, at the wedding, he may have to suspend a couple aunts and uncles. So we're going to have a zero-tolerant policy of any drama. So I think Doug might have to step in and.
All right, I'll bring the logule.
Yeah, you got to bring the logule.
I have one that looks kind of like a Bible, so it might be very appropriate.
Oh, it'll be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
What's funny is, Doug, the more me and Madison talk, I think we're going to splurge for that clergy outfit. I think we're going to. I think I want to get you in that garb. So
Oh, really?
Oh, you're going to be wearing garb.
Okay, vestments. All right.
Lightning may strike you.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't.
Plowhawk, Iggy has been in the YouTube chat trying to solicit a date through the YouTube chat, Doug, and of course the YouTube chat is a hotbed of single ladies throughout the course of the show. Has Iggy RSVP'd, and is he bringing a +1?
I got to check and see if he was +1. You know, I didn't know. We didn't want any, you know, stag starlets. That's why I told Maddie.
Stag starlets.
Yeah, Maddie Dreads is going solo too, because, you know, no offense, love to see Kitty Kush, but maybe not at the, you know, the wedding.
Oh, Maddie Dreads is going to be there. I'll be able to talk stag with him.
Well, if you guys got 2 minutes, it's a funny story about Maddie Dreads, and it's actually just recent.
Doug, you want to hear Maddie Dreads?
2 minutes?
Sure. We got more than that for the Plowsy.
Sure.
Okay, so it's radio appropriate, by the way. I know you guys are on a big Run Better station, so I'll keep PG.
Shot at 9:20 out of nowhere.
So Maddie Dreads, like, you know, he's part of my wedding party. We're in a group chat, he's not responding to anything. You know, he didn't respond. He's the last one to not get a suit. So I'm like curious if he was, you know, alive because he didn't respond to any of my texts. So he called me a week and a half ago. He's like, hey, I just got word I'm in the wedding party. Completely forgot he was in the wedding party. By the way, I get married in a month. So, and then kind of made it sound like it's like an inconvenience for I guess you just got to know Matty Dredd. Like, he's like, oh, well, now I got to, you know, hustle and get a suit, you know, could be late to get flights. I'm like, dude, I told you this like 9 months ago. We're in a group chat. You're responding in the group chat. So I may be down one less groomsman.
Oh, no.
Oh, that'll save some money.
Yeah, there you go. More money saved, Plowhawk.
That's what I'm saying. So I may have my nephew step in there and grab one of those glasses
Substitute
and walk
groomsman.
it down the aisle.
If too many people show up, would you like me at the beginning of the ceremony to ask some of the heavy-set parishioners if they wouldn't mind skipping dinner?
Well, we're gonna give everybody badges and number them of importance. You know, so if you see anybody in the 70s to 90s, absolutely.
Okay,
that's
please
when
don't eat.
That's when they can go. Plowhawk, before we let you go, I know you're struggling in the fantasy baseball league. Martin, his team's name is Michael Gersh, and the team logo is John Mazalok in a cardigan sweater tied around his neck at spring training. What is the problem with Michael Gersh this year?
You know, honestly, going into the year, high hopes. You know, just like the Cardinals, you know, had a small payroll, but I felt like I did very well with, you know, the pieces I put together. And we just suck. You know, we need to make a move. Bobby Witt is ready to be traded.
Oh,
I got
wow.
the number 8 player in fantasy baseball on the wire right now, so let me know, anybody.
Oh, dog, you might be.
I need some consistent pitching and more consistent RBIs. So we're looking for maybe more power instead of the stolen base and average. So I think that's what I'm looking for.
Sounds like Team Michael Gersh in the TMA Fantasy Baseball League is looking to make a blockbuster, Doug. That's what the Prime Minister's...
It'd be a great wedding gift. Just throw him some players.
Yeah, throw him some players for the wedding.
I texted Doug last week. I said, a great wedding gift will be benching all your players on Sunday. He didn't, and then whooped my ass.
Wow, you're no gentleman.
I needed a win. It's only the second win of the year for me.
Plowhawk, it is wonderful to hear from you. And we got both. I mean, that was journal. That was like 60 minutes. Martin, you got Sweet Kai. You got the Plowhawk. Plowhawk, wonderful to hear your voice again. And we're looking forward to the wedding. And by we, I mean us, because Jackson is betraying you. Yep.
No, Jackson, I'll shoot you a text on that registry. We'll let you know.
My guy. Thank you, Plowhawk.
I let it, boys.
Thank you, the great Plowhawk joining us here.
Well done,
Martin. I mean, that was
really well
journalism.
done.
I think we might win an award for the segment now.
Is that a Murrow?
I couldn't. You could have given me 1 million guesses. I wouldn't have guessed my buddy Kai.
And then followed by the Plowhawk.
Yeah, after the first one, it was dealer's choice.
There was so much banter about it. I thought we should just get Kai on, and he was going rapid fire the other day, defending himself. And I thought, here's the outlet. And then when he said, I'm not sure about the audio because of the backpack floor, and I said, now we got to put him on.
Yeah.
And then I thought, what's the other side of the story? Because it's journalism.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's Plowsy. Yeah. And when he said, I'm hoping for more declines because it'll save
That's outstanding.
Marty draws up a perfect play in Jackson, a.k.a. Austin Davis throws a pick 6. Oof. Oh. That's from Shrimp and Pibbles.
I would be like the quarterback who, before the pre-show meeting or the pre-game meeting, was like in the bathroom the whole time, and I have no idea what the signals are. I didn't know what was going on, but I loved it. I had no idea my buddy Kyle would be on. That's great. Usually when I'm not included in the surprise guest, it has something to do with me.
And he's just constantly blowing leaves, so even during a radio interview, we can't turn the thing on?
Well, it's the morning. This is when the grounds crew is out there.
I will say the next one has nothing to do with you.
Okay, all right.
And that's tomorrow's surprise
Well,
guest.
we're working on details.
Wow.
It's kind of a high-level guess. I'm working on details.
Wow. Kenny Albert's going to be with us at 9 o'clock. You can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can partake in the program. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. And talking it over in there is Jackson's wedding date. Chairman Kurtz in there, along with John Cusick and the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer. You can talk it over. YouTube.com/TMA. STL. Michelob Ultra is the sponsor. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. And man, wouldn't it be nice to enjoy one today out on the golf course with this beautiful weather in St. Louis. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. We'll take a commercial break. Come back with more TMA on 101 ESPN.
Jackson, this dude's on the 20. Zachary Taylor, not the kid on Home Improvement. James Buchanan, Pony Express. Abraham Lincoln, freed the slaves. James Garfield, not the cat. Grover Cleveland, a Brown fan.
Hard not to get fired up, especially for a twin builder.
Yeah, especially if they win them both.
Make that 11.
That would get exciting, wouldn't it? If
Absolutely.
Ball club had won 11 straight.
I believe Jack Buck said on a call, that's a dozen, cousin. Remember that?
Mm-hmm. And every time a team would score 13 runs, they'd go, well, there goes a 13-run pool. And I kept thinking, what in the hell is a 13-run pool?
Is that something Shannon was running in the booth?
I was about to say.
Yeah, I guess. Because they said it for years. Well, there goes a 13-run pool. I said, should I be aware of that?
I want to get in it.
All right, we can do a 13-run pool.
Okay.
So you put your name in when they get to third. But how did you get that day?
Right. Who? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I don't know.
I guess you take days of the week.
I would love for Shannon to try and explain it. You don't understand.
Like, Martin, you would take Sunday and Tuesday. I'd take Monday, Wednesday.
And if they got 13, then you got the money.
You got the money.
I'm in.
All right, let's do it.
We're fresh off of a surprise guest segment for the ages with Sweet Sweet Kai and the Plowhawk making his glorious return to the presentation. I believe his last day was about a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember him calling me on the morning of the final round of the Masties last April to let me know he was taking a job and dug what we call the real world.
Mm-hmm.
So the Plowhawk making his glorious return. His wedding is on the same day as Jackson's buddy, Sweet Sweet Kai. If Jackson would have chosen the Plowhawk's wedding, we would have gotten a chance to meet Jackson's girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
But Jackson has chosen Sweet Sweet Kai's, where Jackson's girlfriend is not allowed, and it doesn't sound like your girlfriend is going to go stag to the Plowhawk's wedding. And the Plowhawk is happy about it because he's got too many people who have accepted the invite.
It just seems like bad form to send somebody in your stead, you know?
New nickname is Jackson Tao. I saw come through the text line.
Very nice.
I'd rather listen to Larry Nickel for 3 hours straight while standing on glass than listen to that again. That was from Mr. Siders after Sweet Sweet Kai.
Come on, Siders.
But then right after that, I feel like Plowsy might get close to 100% approval on the text line.
Yeah, well, I'm telling
Everybody
you.
hates everybody, but Plowsy's an exception.
Yeah, the Plowhawk has 100% approval rating in the text inbox. That's tough to accomplish in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text in. Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of the YouTube chat, and Doug Collier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines.
Well, and they'd also take care of your home. They don't just sponsor the phone lines. They're there for you if you want to redo your home.
So they're just not a shell company that sponsors phone lines?
They are definitely not. We could use some of those too, though, shell companies. That'd be all right. Collier and Thompson's been around since the 1950s, making St. Louis homes look better. Their employees have a combined 165-plus years of experience. So these people have been around. They've seen it all. They've done it all. They've fixed up your kitchen, your bathroom, basement, wine rooms, man caves, bars, accent rooms, fireplace walls, offices. They'll knock down walls on the first floor to open things up. They have done it all. They got the best cabinets and countertops and a wide array of appliances. Even if you aren't looking to redo the entire kitchen, they've got a great appliance section down there. If you want to just pick up an item or two, Collier and Thompson is definitely the place to do. They have the high-end stuff. They got the very best, and they got stuff for a budget, too. They got it all at Collier and Thompson. I've been in there several times. Just a great, fantastic place. And maybe most importantly, these are people you can trust in your home because it takes a while to do some of this work. You're going to have people there. They will show up. Unlike some other contractors, Collier and Thompson is a place you can trust. His core values are summed up by simply doing the right thing. It may cost them some extra time and a few dollars, but that's what sets them apart from the competition. So if you're looking to redo a kitchen, a bathroom, looking to get the basement done, Collier and Thompson is definitely the place to go. They have a great showroom with more than 10,000 square feet of kitchen displays. Collier and Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, right there next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Good gracious, I missed that Plowhawk and his dangling leg snake.
Oh.
Can I get his digits? I want to send him some wifey pics, please, and thank you. That's from Shrimply Pibbles.
My goodness.
Doug, if you could text Shrimply Pibbles Plowhawk's number, then he's going to send the Plowhawk pictures of his wife. You follow that?
I don't think I should. Not as a Parsons.
That's what's going on right now in the text inbox. Kenny Albert's joining us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines next on the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Taking a look at the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Stars defeat the Jets last night 3-1. Dallas now has a 3-1 lead in that series as it heads back to Winnipeg. That was their Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. You can watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies sponsors the 9 o'clock hour here on our program, and it is a pleasure to be joined by Kenny Albert. But before we bring him on, Doug, let's go into a deep, dark place.
Okay.
I want to warn St. Louisans this might be a good time to pause and realize you are about to hear what I think is the most devastating blown loss lead in St. Louis sports going back to the 1985 World Series. Doug, last Sunday night in Manitoba.
Sure, let's play it again.
And the man who was on that call, as painful as it is for us to hear, joins us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Kenny Albert with us here on 101 ESPN. Kenny, how does it make you feel to know that you just caused a lot of people a lot of pain?
Well, hopefully they understand that those of us up in the booth hundreds of feet away have no effect of what actually takes place on the ice. But no, I honestly did feel so bad for the Blues and their fans. Such a great organization, and with 2 minutes left, it looked like it was over, 3-1, and the Jets scored the goal in the Mestikov at the 18:05 mark with 1:55 left, and then the goal we just heard. So it was obviously a devastating ending for the Blues in what turned out to be such a terrific story over the second half of the season, and it was a lot of fun to watch them play. The Game 6 in St. Louis, for us was certainly memorable as well, with the 4 goals scored by the Blues in the 5.5-minute span in the second period. So, it was obviously devastating for the Blues and their fans, but a lot of fun to be a part of that series with both Games 6 and 7.
I expect the whole Stanley Cup ride has got to be a really good time for a broadcaster. You see a lot in the span of a couple months, don't you?
We really do. In the first round, I was fortunate enough to call 7 games in 7 different cities. It was 4 different series, and the 2 games in the Blues-Jets series, as I mentioned, and now in the second round, with 2 networks splitting the games, it's a little different than it used to be when many of us worked at NBC, and we would do an entire series in round 2. Now a lot of it has to do with the NBA and which dates both TNT and ESPN carry NBA games, and then it's the NHL games on the opposite dates. So a little lighter in round 2. Worked the Hurricanes Capitals Game 4 the other night in Raleigh, and heading out to D.C. today for Game 5 in that series tomorrow, and then on to Fort Lauderdale for Game 6 of the Panthers Maple Leafs on Friday, and then after that, TBA. We'll have to see which series extend. And then in the conference final, our crew, along with Eddie Olczyk and Brian Boucher, Jackie Redmond, will be on one of the conference final series. And in the rotation, we have the Stanley Cup final this year. That rotates every year between TNT and ESPN. So really looking forward to the next month. It will be no bouncing around, just one series in the conference final, and then, obviously the Cup final. So really look forward to it, but we should have a couple of great games the next 2 days in D.C. and Fort Lauderdale.
And I know you love it and you love hockey, but that's got to be exhausting to go from one series to in terms of just the prep because you can't watch every game every night. I'm sure you're watching them during the day, but I've never heard of that. I know Panger was texting saying he was going from this one. He said, I'll be at that game, but not that game, that series, not that. That's sort of unique for a broadcaster. How difficult is it in the prep world?
Well, I think a lot of us are used to it because we've done it for so many years. Panger has, I'm sure, had a lot of fun this past week going back and forth between the Edmonton series and the Winnipeg series. He's been up in Canada along with Brendan Burke and their great crew. I think in the first round, there are two ways to look at it. Yes, if you're on one series, you're totally embedded in that series as far as the prep and watching every game. But, personally, I think it's a lot of fun to bounce around. And I had the opportunity to be involved in 4 different series in the first round this year. I think it was 5 series last year. So you are trying to watch the other games when you can, when you're not on the air. It's easy when you have consecutive games in one series. I just worked Game 4 of the Caps Hurricanes, so most of the prep work is done leading into the next game, but I did spend a couple of hours yesterday catching up on the Panthers and Maple Leafs.
I told these guys you're the answer to the trivia question. The only announcer who's called Cardinals, Blues, and Rams at the network level. We do want to get you to a Mizzou game at some point, but there's no. Well, the Rams are gone, so I think you're clear. That is forever a Kenny Albert trivia nugget. Now, can I add to that list? Back in my college days, a basketball game at Wash U.
Oh, wow! How about that?
I went to NYU in New York, and we were in the same conference, the UAA, with Wash U. So I actually did a basketball game there as well back in the late 1980s.
Huh. With your dad, who is such a famous announcer, and uncles who called big games, was this just in your genes to do this? Did you know as a very young age that this was what you were destined to do?
I guess you could say it was. And I've talked to Joe Buck about this, the opportunities that we had to travel around and sit in broadcast booths at a very young age, and John Kelly as well. When I was about 5, my parents gave me a toy tape recorder for my birthday, and growing up around it's what you're exposed to, and a lot of the conversation, during meals is about sports and broadcasting. And when my uncles would come over on various occasions, I felt like I was listening to the first all sports radio station, where they would just, throw around the conversation. And I started to announce games into that tape recorder in my bedroom off the television. And when I was old enough, I would start bringing it to games at Madison Square Garden, Shea Stadium. So it's really all that I ever wanted to do. Did a little sports writing, through my high school years for the local paper, the school paper, but always knew that I wanted to do play-by-play from the moment that I received that tape recorder.
I feel like Steve and Al Albert, every Friday, Doug, I was watching USA Fights, and there was always an Albert.
And by the way, Steve, if I can give a quick plug for 2 books, I actually wrote a book which came out 2 years ago, and Joe Buck was nice enough to write a little blurb on the back cover. A Mike for All Seasons. It was, a lot of fun to relive some of the stories from the last 3 decades. But my Uncle Steve, who you just mentioned, just came out with a book, which is terrific. I read it last week. It's called The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Broadcast Booth, and a lot of really funny stories about his days calling basketball, hockey, and especially boxing through the years.
What a broadcast family. Kenny Albert's book is called A Mike for All Seasons. He's been with Fox Sports for 30-plus years. Part of that early wave, I think it was Tom Brenneman, Joe Buck, Kenny Albert, where they brought in all the young guys.
Right, and Kevin Harlan. Kevin Harlan as well.
That's right, early days of Fox. And didn't they have a mantra? I know in baseball, was it David Hill who said, no more dead guys can be mentioned on the air? They wanted to, youthen it up, or is that the word, Doug?
Youthen it up. We'll go with it, yeah.
Like Younger, we just young it up. What was the early Fox message? Was it that, to try and be young and hip?
The original promos prior to the 94 NFL season, same game, new attitude. So Fox wanted to kind of bring this new attitude in, which I think continues to this day. And, those early days, I remember when they brought us all in to audition in March of 1994, believe it or not. I was 26, Joe was 25, Kevin and Tom were a couple of years older than us, but we were all there in Los Angeles. That's the first time I met the 3 of them. And then that summer, they brought us all back out after we were hired, and we had some group dinners. And I remember the 4 of us just sitting at the end of the table listening, keeping our mouths shut when Pat Summerall and Dick Stockton are telling stories about their careers. So it was an unbelievable learning experience and a lot of fun to be around those guys. We were all hired as young play-by-play broadcasters, really in the right place at the right time when Rupert Murdoch stole the NFC package away from CBS. I don't know if any of us ever thought we would be doing NFL football, especially at the network level and especially at that age. So, very proud to be a part of that group. And when you mention, some of the games I've worked in St. Louis, 2 of them that I wrote about specifically in my book, the 20-inning Cardinals-Mets game back in 2010 with the late, great Tim McCarver, who was one of my favorites. I never went to the bathroom throughout the game, 20 innings. In the broadcast booth the entire time, nearly 7 hours. And the other one is the Rams game at the Dome during the McGuire home run chase. And I actually worked some of those Cardinals games for Fox Sports on the cable side, FS1. It was prior to FS1. It was Fox Sports Network, and FX carried some games as well. So I called some of those, home runs in the 60s, late 60s, early 70s, as far as how many home runs he had at the time. But calling a Rams game, Tony Banks was the quarterback, and everybody in the building, had a transistor radio at the time. It's before cell phones and before you could listen to games, on your phone. And people were listening to the Cardinals game from across town, and McGuire hit. It was either 71 or 72 at the time, and the Dome exploded. The fans went crazy, and it led to a false start penalty on the Rams because of the noise in the building when the fans started cheering following the McGuire home run.
Yeah, I remember Tony Banks under center. And I remember being in the Cardinal locker room, and they told McGuire about it. And he said, "Oh no, did they win?" And everybody's like, "No, they don't usually win, Mark. It's not how it works."
I was there for that one.
And didn't you call the Rams' first ever game was at Lambeau Field? We had Isaac Bruce last week, and we were talking about him being on special teams at that point in his career.
Right, I think did he block a punt in that game?
Yep, blocked a punt, caught a touchdown, and that was a game where the Packers were pretty good at that time, the Favre era. Nobody thought the Rams would win that game.
No, I remember that game well. First game of the '95 season, and then I actually called a number of Rams games in '99, the greatest show on turf, and the one that stands out, they had already clinched the division. The final game of the regular season was in Philadelphia, and it was Andy Reid's first year as Eagles head coach, and the Eagles, I think, won 4 or 5 games, but that game was meaningless for the Rams. Every time one of the players would set a record, Dick Vermeil would take them out, just to keep them healthy heading into the playoffs, and there were numerous records. That was the day after the millennium, the turn to the year 2000. And I remember, everybody was so worried about, the planes not being able to fly and computers not working and all that. And I was in Philadelphia that weekend for the Rams Eagles, and whether it was Kurt Warner, Isaac Bruce, Marshall Faulk, Torrey Holt, there were so many records that were within reach, franchise records or NFL records, and every time one of them hit that mark, Dick Vermeil would pull them out of the game. So that was a memorable one as well.
Kenny Albert, Fox Sports, TNT, NHL on TNT will be on the call for the Stanley Cup Finals. And then I mentioned hockey, football, baseball, but you do some Knicks games, right? So you also do a little on the side, Knicks basketball?
I do about 15 games a year for MSG Networks with the great Walt Clyde Frazier when Mike Breen is off on a national assignment. So that's a lot of fun as well. That's mostly regular season since the playoff games go to the networks. But what a season they've had. It's been so much fun the last 5 years since Tom Thibodeau took over, and amazingly one win away from reaching the Eastern Conference Final.
Is there anything you haven't done yet that you still want to? Anything on the bucket list still to call?
I've never done curling. Never did that.
Yeah.
Although it looks exciting on television. No, I've been real lucky, again, to be involved with the NFL for so many years, the NHL for over 3 decades, some basketball, some baseball. I've done some other sports at the Olympics with NBC that you guys might not be aware of. Did water polo this past year. Wow. Back in the 2016 Summer Olympics, track and field, did some volleyball. So, those are a lot of fun. They're a big challenge, the sports that we didn't grow up around, but I enjoy learning and the preparation that goes into those sports. The only sport that I've ever done that I felt like I had no idea what I was watching, in the mid-'90s, one time I was assigned to college wrestling, and I prepared, and I spoke to, remember Jeff Blatnick, an Olympic wrestler, spoke to him on the phone, and luckily I had a really good color commentator who had been a wrestler at the University of North Carolina, which is where this event was held. It was the ACC championship, and, I thought I was ready, but he carried the show because I really had no clue.
I suppose when your dad is so darn famous that you're probably always looked at by a lot of people as Marv's son, and that's probably something to be very proud of too, right?
No, it certainly is. And, I've talked to Joe about this and John Kelly, who I mentioned earlier. We were all real lucky to grow up in the family business, observing, tagging along to various events and sitting in the broadcast booth. And, it's pretty similar to kids who grow up, with parents who are doctors, lawyers, really any profession. Just by osmosis, you learn and you have a head start. And you get to meet people and make some connections. So it was a great childhood, going to Knicks games, Rangers games, NFL games, and also real fortunate when I was in high school. A local cable station came to my school to film a girls' basketball game, and I volunteered to do play-by-play and spoke to the producer after the game and wound up over the next 3 years doing like 75 to 100 high school games, some Division III college events, and felt like I had such a head start on anybody else my age at the time who wanted to get into it, but had some great teachers. You mentioned my uncles as well, and I was a big radio listener. We didn't have cable TV back then, so I was listening. We had 9 pro teams in the New York area, so I was always tuning in on the radio and trying to learn about the craft and what goes into doing play-by-play, and a lot of great memories from those days.
The book is A Mic for All Seasons. That's Kenny Albert. He'll be on the call. TNT calling the conference finals, the Stanley Cup final as well. Kenny, thanks so much for hopping on.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
That's Kenny Albert here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 101 ESPN. Doug, he's called Rams in St. Louis, Cardinals, Blues, and Wash U basketball.
The mayor, Mo Drummond, texting in said, Kenny Albert, Sean McDonald, Rams win in overtime. That was the Seattle win in 04.
Jackson would know that's his era. Oh, Sean McDonald might predate.
Yeah, it's a little before me.
A young lad there. They won. That was the last time they won in Seattle for decades.
Yeah.
Sean McDonald, overtime.
Well, if he hangs in there, he might just make it in the business.
Hasn't called the Battlehawks games.
No.
Hasn't called the Doggies game. Things to do.
Yeah,
Things to check off the list.
He's very good. Very good.
You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service, text inbox. You're also welcome to call in to the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. People have been calling, and I just haven't been going to them, but we welcome you to call in. Doug, we'll go to them in the next segment. How about that? Is that fair?
Sure.
Let's do it.
We'll do it.
All right.
Call in. You're going to get on in the next segment. You can also email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling. Email the day. Got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. YouTube.com/TMASTL. 238 friends in there, including the Huntley Hot Wife Hunter.
Oh.
And he's talking to the Boston Market ad bot, one of my all-time favorites.
And these are real names.
Yes, that's correct. They're in the YouTube chat. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Planning that summer trip, you want to get out of town, you don't feel like driving 12, 14 hours to get to Florida. You can do it easily at Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. Go to their website, flymidamerica.com. You'll see all the Allegiant flights, the great prices available, whether you're going to Vegas, Hilton Head, or 7 different Florida locations. And Gulf Shores, they added that as well. Save the drive, save money by going to Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. All those flights listed online, and once you get to the airport, you'll find out that traveling that way can be convenient. After all, you're paying less than $10 to park overnight. And then when you walk through security, the gate, you're there in 15 minutes. From car to gate in about 15 minutes. Think about the last time you traveled. Did that happen? Find out more about Mid-America's St. Louis Airport online. Book the flight, Gulf Shores, Destin. Don't load up the kids in the car. Fly there. Be there in a little over an hour. Or go to Fort Lauderdale, Fort Myers. Chance to get away and do so at a great price with the convenience of Mid-America. It's flymidamerica.com.
Doug, what is Jackson's music theme here?
Here's a little,
the Beatles.
Little nugget. On this day in 1968, John Lennon and Paul McCartney appeared on The Tonight Show to talk about meditation and their approach to songwriting. Johnny Carson wasn't in that day. You know who was?
Initials, please. Joan Rivers.
No.
JG.
JG. Jim Garrett was there. No. Jason Garrison hosted that night.
Jerry Garcia.
No. Good guess, though.
Oh.
St. Louis and Joe Garagiola.
Oh, how about that? I'll be
And you
darned.
can actually watch that entire interview on YouTube right now.
How about that?
Yeah.
He did the Today Show for years.
Yeah. And I guess he was filling in on
I'd
The
be really
Tonight Show.
interested in watching that interview.
Yeah.
How about that? So, what, 47 years ago?
Yeah, 57 years ago. And also them forming Apple Corps.
God bless America. That's pretty intriguing. That's a nice little fun fact. I like the fun fact.
Thank you.
It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. This is the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. And we welcome you to participate. I said, all right, we're going to get to the phone lines. People have been calling in, haven't gone to them. 314-974-0101. So you want to get on the air. This is your segment to do it. 314-974-0101. On the program, we were joined by Kenny Albert in the previous segment. And surprise guests, Martin, you called it housekeeping with Sweet Sweet Kai and the Plowhawk. And that was some wonderful housekeeping.
Yeah, it was wedding chatter cleanup.
Yeah. And Jackson has not RSVP'd, but he will be sending a gift.
And then he hung up on him?
I'll RSVP today. That's my bad.
So the Plowhawk's wedding, same day as Sweet Sweet Kai's wedding. 314-974-0101. That is the number for the Callier and Thompson phone lines. 314-399-9646. That's how you can save the 101 ESPN text number in your phone and text into the Air Comfort Service text line. And, of course, you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. So they announced yesterday that Shoeless Joe Jackson and Pete Rose now would be eligible for baseball's Hall of Fame. Tony Kornheiser, I haven't heard this, of PTI fame, saying he doesn't think either one's going to get in now. I'm of the opinion that they both will get in, so I'm anxious to hear his reasoning.
Pete Rose and Joe Jackson, Shoeless Joe Jackson, are now eligible for the Hall of Fame. But Rob Manfred does not put you in the Hall of Fame. The baseball writers who are members put you in the Hall of Fame. Those baseball writers, as we know well, are guardians of the game. They take violations very seriously. Joe Jackson fixed games. Okay, Pete Rose bet on games as a manager of one team. That doesn't go away. You know who else is eligible for the Hall of Fame right now? Barry Bonds is eligible. Mark McGwire is eligible. Sammy Sosa, Roger Clemens, they're eligible. Are they getting in anytime soon? Doesn't look that way from the voting. As you know, Mike, I would put Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame. I would put his sins on the plaque and his accomplishments on the plaque. I agree that when your life is gone, it's okay to be eligible for something, but I do not see Pete Rose as a first ballot Hall of Fame. I just don't.
Now, what was that hit at the end? That was
You guys told me to start putting sounders.
I didn't mind it.
Yeah, all my audio pieces have a sounder at the end now.
That's outstanding.
That's how you clean it up.
Yep.
Oh, that
There
was
you go.
How about that, Doug? How do you feel about Jackson's sounders?
I didn't mind
If it's a
it.
baseball clip, it's going to have a crack of a bat. Something
Nice.
else, it'll have something else.
Okay. All right. I think all those guys should get in. Those are some of the greatest players. Roger Clemens might be the best pitcher in the history of the game. He won 7 Cy Young Awards, pitched till he's mid-40s. Bond, same way. All-time home run leader? You're kidding me. Rose, the all-time hit leader? Got to be in. Has to be.
Have you felt this way always, or is this something that's changed over time? I'm curious.
It's kind of changed over time, but I think it's fair to have maybe an asterisk on their record that this is what they were accused of and this is what they did. If the Hall of Fame is for the best players, those are the best players. What I disagree with is the baseball writers having total say. It's not their game. It's the players' game. It's the owner's game. It's the general manager's games. It shouldn't be, the baseball writers shouldn't be the one voting on it, I don't think. I think they should have a blue ribbon panel of guys who used to play, guys who own the teams, executives of teams.
Well, there is a veterans committee, so this would fall into that category, I would think, where you have former players, executives that would be voting on this. If you were Pete Rose's family, would you consider turning it down? and saying after all these, I'm wondering.
No, I'd say no.
I'd be surprised by that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you're
I'm telling you, I don't know if it was HBO or ESPN that did a Pete Rose. I guess I'd call it a documentary. I feel like that term gets thrown around a little loosely in the last 5 or 6 years as people do their vanity legacy pieces via production companies. But as I watched that, and I think it came out either last year or 2 years ago, I thought, I already can see what's going to happen here. And he knows it's going to happen, and I think that's why he agreed to do this, I think it was 3-part story. When he dies, they're going to put him in the Hall of Fame. And I almost felt like that tortured him more than not getting in. And so I think that whole, again, I'll use the term documentary, was his last campaign to try to get in because he felt like he was going to get in, but it was just going to be after he passed away. And I think that is how this is going to conclude. Do you guys think he gets in? I think he gets in.
I think he will. I think the veterans will. The Guardians thing that Kornheiser's talking about wouldn't apply, so I think the players would say he was the best. The all-time hits leader, I would say yes.
Yeah.
But it is kind of sad for whatever that human's makeup is, if it meant everything to them, and then it happens when you're dead.
The Buck O'Neill one being the most egregious.
Who was a great person by all accounts.
An ambassador, yes. Doug, you ignorant slut. Clemens is an ass. That is from the 314.
Well, are you going to disagree with what he did on the baseball diamond, or just not like his character?
314, you can call in and talk it over with Doug.
And does 314 have a vote? I have to say, in my dealings with Clemens, he was actually very polite, very pleasant.
Yeah, so was Pete Rose. I dealt with him a few times. Yeah, he couldn't have been any nicer. Mm-hmm. Shoeless Joe Jackson was one of the first guys I covered at Channel 4.
Right.
Going back in the, the 19-teens.
Remember when you recorded that interview and the tape didn't work and you had to go back twice to Shoeless Joe Jackson's?
We just used smoke signals back then. We didn't really have tape.
Speaking of which, is 8 Men Out a movie I should check out?
Yeah, that's 8 Men Out. That surprises me. What is considered a baseball writer? Because today's media is changing, so how long is baseball going to go with the old way of doing things? Major newspaper companies are going away. That's from Painter Guy.
It's a good question.
It is a good question. Tip of the cap, Painter Guy. I don't know. Are there some...
Because now you could be a vlogger and cover the team.
Roger Clemens pitched 24 years. He has 354 wins. He has 4,672 strikeouts. 7-time Cy Young Award. This guy's not in the Hall of Fame.
I really like how he took Mike Piazza breaking his bat personally and threw it back at him.
The call of Pete Rose would be Ken Wilson. If you find that hit, Jackson, where he broke the hit record.
Okay.
Ken Wilson, former Blues announcer, on the call.
Have you guys heard if the skipper has an opinion on Rose and the Hall of Fame outcast? That's from Dave with the cauliflower ear. Pretty confident, not pretty, I am confident because I asked him about it. Specific to McGuire, he is of the opinion he should be in. The reasoning is the following, and I'm certainly paraphrasing here, is what is, I guess, difficult perhaps for fans who can remember that era, and then that predates, a good number of people now at this point. It predates Jackson and people in their mid, late 20s and early 30s, is the thought process for the people in the know is that everyone was doing it. And so therefore, even though everyone wasn't doing it, but the mindset is everyone was doing it. And so the best of that era should be recognized. Otherwise, you can't recognize anyone in that era. And furthermore, even though they're not going to name names, those guys, such as La Russa, I think Edmonds said this when he was on the show with us, know of guys who are in already who use performance-enhancing drugs, and there's nothing that the Baseball Hall of Fame can do about that at this point because they're already in.
Right. The players know the hypocrisy. Maybe some of the writers wouldn't know those inner workings of who did and didn't cheat.
McGuire might not have some numbers that are Hall of Fame caliber. 583 home runs. I guess the 500 club usually gets you in there. Yeah. Yeah, he's a 12-time All-Star, so I guess he'd be a no-brainer, too. when you put him up to Bonds and Rose, you think, well, he wasn't at that level, but he was right below them.
I saw someone recently, I can't remember who, it might have been John Boy, talking about like when you're looking at players of all time, like you can only really compare to their contemporaries, guys they played with. And if they're dominating those guys that they're playing with, then that trying to rework it and say, well, what would they be like now it's a fool's errand. And I agree.
When players, managers, and execs vote, we get Hall of Famers like Harold Baines. That's from Uncle Wally's Plastic Ear.
Oh.
Saying that the Veterans Committee is a little more lax on their voting as opposed to
writers who will dig deep
Yes.
and really study and take it seriously. That is a factor. We've talked about it. The coaches poll in sports, college sports, where the coaches let their dogs pick the top 25 or the secretary.
Well, then just let us pick.
Just this panel right here.
This panel right here.
We decide.
I was looking at McGuire's year in '98 when he hit the 78 home runs. He also walked 162 times. If they had just pitched to him a little bit, he'd have had 90 home runs.
That's unbelievable.
That time, I mean, it's certainly, for me personally, I'm not saying anybody else, but for me personally, it's certainly, I don't view it remotely the same way as I did in 1998. Now, saying that, and I know you guys were both down there for it, I was in school, but then I did get to get down there for a little bit of it, and then 99 and 2000, and what he was doing with the baseball and how far he was hitting it in batting practice. I mean, I still haven't seen anything like it. He had a home run, and I still, being as huge of a fan as I was, it was a Saturday afternoon, I believe around the 4th of July weekend or July weekend in 1998, and I still was under the impression the Cardinals were in the race when they weren't. And he had a home run off the now Hall of Fame closer for the Astros, Billy Wagner. Yeah. Do you remember that? I mean,
I remember that game specifically.
So far, it was to win the game. It went way, and this is the old ballpark.
Upper Deck.
Oh, my God. I mean, the one he hit off Randy Johnson at the Kingdome is famous, but as far as in St. Louis, and I guess that's maybe where Big Macland came.
Too?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a walk-off.
Because was that producer Dave's wedding that day, Tim?
That was producer Dave's wedding.
I don't know.
I had to cover the game and then get to was the reception at Stonewolf, Doug?
I don't know.
Okay, I thought you might
Jackson
remember.
played Stonewolf quite a bit when Log is close.
Okay.
But in the post game, that's when we were dealing with McGuire was difficult, well documented. But in that moment, he just hit a walk-off, and he still wasn't giving us great answers. And I said, when the crowd's going nuts and you round the bases, are you giddy? I don't know. I don't know why it came out that way, but he said, I don't get giddy. Kind of like smacked me back, dunked on me a little bit. But then he gave a great answer about there's nothing more thrilling when you know it's gone and the crowd, or whatever. The answer was great. Yeah. So I thought, all right, I'll take the loss.
So you edited out the giddy part, no doubt.
For sure, yeah. I told McGuire after the game, nice going, fella. Here's what he said. Here's what he said back.
That home run off Billy Wagner was estimated at 485 feet.
Yeah, sweet mother mercy. The one that gets talked about as far as distance goes, Jackson, I think it was Levon Hernandez. It was dead center field.
Yeah, I actually have the list of his longest home runs, and they have it May 16th, 1998. He hit one off of Levon Hernandez, 545 feet.
Oh, sweet mother of mercy.
I don't doubt it. To see where some of those balls were going, I don't doubt they went that far.
I mean, of his list, the top 7, 8, all top 10 are 500 feet or more.
He hit one down the line at Old Busch that I remember watching on TV. There was a girl, looked like she was 10 or 11 years old, with her glove. Oh, no. And she was like 5 or 6 rows from the top of the stadium.
Yeah, you bring your glove out.
She's got her glove. And she wound up with the ball.
That's awesome.
And one of the great...
That might have been the Wagner home run. The Wagner home run was to left field.
One of the great marketing moments. Remember, he dinged the Post-Dispatch sign, which left center above the bleachers. And then the next homestand or next game, they put a Band-Aid over the sign for the Post-Dispatch.
Look at this. The number 10 was a 500-foot home run off of Billy Wagner again. So in a calendar year, he hit 945 total feet of home run off Billy Wagner.
And they were coming in 100 miles an hour, so you can imagine when he got all of it, how far it was going to go. Yeah. I'm not sure we'll ever see the likes of that again.
Like the
he's just
volume
an enormous guy, as muscular as you could possibly be, and a pretty good home run hitter before he got to that stage of his career. I'm just not sure we'll ever see someone hit the ball like that again.
Yeah, guys really aren't. I guess like Mike Trout is kind of built, but he's such an athlete.
And why are you saying that? Because the best athletes go into sports talk radio?
Well, it's becoming a bigger factor all the time.
The handsomest, at least.
Yeah.
And then you can put us on a billboard, and what you do is you point at the other guy like, this idiot. He just looks really tough.
I'm not sure anyone that strong is going to come around again because he did have some help in that department.
Looking back, and we've said this over the years, it did look a little cartoonish. Like he had a toothpick in his hand, and he looked like Mr. Olympia, and he just happened to have this little toothpick that he would hit the ball to the arch, and we're like, how do you do it, fella?
Boy, he must lift a lot of weights.
He's in there grinding, man.
I remember remember Frank Howard.
Yes,
you guys aren't old enough probably to remember him. He was like 6'7", like 270 or so. They called him the Capital Punisher because he played for Washington.
Sounds like a tight end.
One of the greatest nicknames ever. And he hit some balls so darn far. Yeah. You just thought, oh my God.
So we can't say Jordan Walker's too big because we look at that fella. The Capital Punisher.
It's a great nickname.
Can be a nickname.
Only if you play for Washington can you be the Capital Punisher.
Not a nickname, but Jim Rome always called Levon Hernandez. He called him Fat Man in Pajamas. Yes, dude is a fat man wearing pajamas because Levon always had baggy clothes.
If you're putting on weight like Levon Hernandez, you need to work with mentality and get tested to see if it's a symptom of low testosterone, just like low energy and low motivation can be, and feeling anxious, moody, or irritable. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best with board-certified physicians, providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. It's Mentality. Check it out to learn more at mentalityhealth.com/radio. mentalityhealth.com/radio. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. May is officially the kickoff to home improvement season. The weather's warming up. Memorial Day is right around the corner, and now is the time to tackle those big projects you've been putting off. Whether it's drafty old windows or a worn-out front door, Universal Windows Direct has the ultimate offer to get your home ready for summer and beyond. Right now, during their home improvement season sale, you'll get an incredible 50% off your windows. Yes, half off. You heard that right. You can upgrade your home with beautiful, energy-efficient windows for half the cost. But it gets even better. For a limited time, you'll get no interest and no payments for 12 months. That's a whole year to enjoy your new windows before you pay a single cent. And here's the cherry on top. You'll receive a free entry door with your window purchase. That's style, comfort, and savings all in one. So why wait? There's no better time than home improvement season to give your home the upgrade it deserves. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. This May, celebrate comfort, curb appeal, and serious savings with Universal Windows Direct. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. The chairman of the board.
Oh, it's his birthday, probably.
Unfortunately, no. On this day, 27 years ago, Frank passed away.
Oh.
Well, you had the Beatles earlier, and now Frank. You're doing like the Mount Rushmore of singing
No,
acts?
it's just May 14th is apparently a big day in music. Frank Sinatra passed away at Sears Sinai this day.
Oh. Okay.
Old Blue Eyes.
Was that your nickname for him?
Yep.
Dougie built a wing at his home for President Kennedy to stay in.
Oh, did he really?
And then President Kennedy was told, you best not do that. And then chairman of the board not pleased with what he thought was the counsel of the president's brother, the attorney general. And then it began a little sideways situation. Who knows what that caused?
And where did Marilyn Monroe fit into all that? Somewhere, right?
I don't know.
But she was friendly with all those folks. Apparently friendly, quite friendly with some of them.
My dealings with star leading actresses was limited to the Girl Next Door competition on Inside STL from 2007 to 2011.
That is correct.
They did all this information dump, right? And is anything real, like all the Kennedy stuff, everything that's been... I feel like nothing huge has come out.
Yeah.
Tim is my old Blue Eyes. That's from MD 2020.
Stop it, MD.
Okay.
Frank Sinatra, accomplished actor, Academy Award winner for From Here to Eternity.
That's right, pal. You don't like it? Get out of here.
You can call in. Chairman's taking calls over there right now. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Good conversation going on there with Jackson's wedding date, Adam Welly, and the Boston Market ad bot in the YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. We've got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up in about an hour, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom is pissed at Jackson over not including her win on May 7th in the standings.
May 7th.
Week
Doug,
ago.
who won the email of the day on May 7th?
I think that was wasn't that the West County Turkey Baster?
May 7th.
Last Wednesday.
This is what it says. I'm not sure what that pale bloke Jackie has against me, but I have an email of the day win this month on May 7th. When I write in, I win. Maybe he's still upset about the MICDS Maypole fiasco. Oh, and hey, Jackie, I have room for one more in my foursome at the log at 2:30 today. Remember, no more log cabin ass babies? That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. I don't know what it means, but I just know that's a claim that you are ignoring a great win on May 7th. And Doug says he thought that was the West County Turkey Baster.
I thought it might have been.
I'll have to go back and double and triple check that just to make sure she's not spitting a fib. And then
spitting a fib.
It's not a sheep. It's not a sheep.
And then my research will be reflected tomorrow when we read off the standings.
Pele Blanco is on the Callier and Thompson phone line. Is it Pele Blanco or is it Pele Blanco?
I always said Pele.
All right. Good morning, Pele.
It's Pele Blanco.
Okay.
And this is one of the really great honors of my life, talking to you fellas.
Really?
Oh yeah. That and being nominated for the White Castle Hall of Fame has to be right up there.
How does one get nominated for the White House Castle Hall of Fame?
Oh, you gotta send a story in about White Castle. Yeah, well, had many episodes at the Fairview Heights White Castle back in the day.
How many can you eat in one sitting?
Oh, boy, I don't know, maybe 10.
Oh gosh, that's a lot.
Doug, what do you think you could put down?
I had 8 one day. And
were you proud? You're like, yeah, I did it. I crushed those.
So terribly ashamed of myself. They were cheese castles too.
So my older brother went in there with his buddies late at night one time, and a guy with him had never been there before, and that gentleman that never had been there ordered first, and then the rest of the guys ordered. And when they got back to the table, they had giant trays of hamburgers. And this gentleman only ordered a couple, and he looked around the table and he said, "I may have under-ordered." I thought I
probably did. Yeah.
All right. got a big cup of bleach here I'll drink, so I know the hate's coming. But the story I wanted to tell was
second
when I
we
was
said
single. Hey, when I was single, my buddies and I, we would go on golf trips, but we'd go where there was spring training.
Sure.
We went out to Arizona one time, and it was right after the Dinkinger game, and the first game of spring training were the A's and the Giants, and he was doing first base. All right. But so we rode him hard on every play at first base. But there was a guy named Will Clark there wearing number 22, which we harassed him because, Jack Clark wore 22 for the Giants. Who's this Will Clark guy, right?
Right.
And then Andahar was going to bring out the lineup card. He had gotten traded over to the A's, and he was going to apologize to Dinkinger. And we had first row seats right behind home plate. We weren't very far from home plate. And Joaquin, we kind of knew Joaquin because we were the same age or whatever. So he brings the lineup card out. And we looked up, my buddy looks over to him and points at Dinkinger and goes, "That guy owes you a ring." And he just laughed and never apologized. The other thing is, Andahar came out in a different colored uniform than all the other A's. They had all those wild colored uniforms. And LaRussa got pissed at him and told him he had to go change his uniform.
Okay, we've been here a long time. We good?
Yeah, do you give up yet? And then Dinkinger, I had a Cardinal jersey on, and I had the Sports Illustrated. And in the Sports Illustrated, there was a painting of the bad call. And I called Dinkinger over, and he saw my Cardinal jersey. He was a little reluctant to come over. When he came over, I showed him that Sports Illustrated picture and asked him if he would autograph it.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't autograph it.
No.
Can I have the last 30 seconds of my life back?
Hey.
Sure, I knew that was coming.
Somebody said it sounds like Rich Gould, but on fentanyl.
No fentanyl.
Pele, thank you so much. Don't be a stranger. Doug, that's Pele
by
Blanco.
That, by that, you mean call in a couple of months?
Oh. Guys, I've been a listener to this show for 20 years. May have been the worst call in the history of what is a terrible show. What the hell even was that spring training story?
I like White Castle stories.
I really didn't follow it at all.
One guy texts in and says, "I'm guessing 5'4", 620." That's not fair. It's not nice.
Congrats on a life of...
and said it's not nice.
Congrats on a life of work that led to your one trip to Arizona. That's from Al in Dadeville.
You just can't please him. You can't please the listeners.
My God. Sweet Kai, who was a guest on the program, Martin, says, "For the love of God, please tell me my call was better than this." That's Sweet Kai.
Try for verse.
Wow. Just not very supportive in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
People who've never texted before are texting.
That was the most immediate universal shutdown that I've seen. Block him. I enjoyed it.
Done any dirty business really in it, and so it didn't smell bad. I guess they'd pumped it. The day before is a few inches of the fluid, the blue fluid, and I just put my feet in and my knees, and then I had a tent cover with me. I had just no shoes on or anything and no shirt really. I think I had a small shirt that I stashed in there somewhere.
Sure.
And then I just kind of put the tent cover around my knees, and then because I kind of like pushed my legs forward, and then I kind of just like it was closed, the porta potty was closed, and I was in there, and then I opened the latch real quick and then just kind of ducked in there, and I was actually inside it. A little bit of room to move around. And I guess the first time nobody came for a while. I was in one of the wrong ones, and then I just switched over to a busy one.
Good.
And then, I don't know, just some chick came in.
Hot.
And supposedly she saw me or whatever.
He starts laughing.
No sound effect needed on that one.
Get on this program.
No sound effect needed right there.
We welcome you to participate in the program by calling in as well.
Oh, can I ask a question?
Sure,
John?
I'm taking questions. Doug is not.
Porta potty guy. That call, was it to this show?
No.
Oh, I thought you guys were laughing
You
in the
heard
background.
Doug reacting as we played the audio.
So the recording is of the okay.
Yes.
Okay, I thought I heard you guys, and I thought, wow, what a score!
Yeah, that was a big get for us.
I'm going to put them on my list here. I got a real surprise for you guys.
Yeah, the guys kink, and of course this program prides itself on not kink shaming, was to hide out in porta potties, bury himself under a tarp, and then hope for it being a lady, and then he would be on the receiving end during what we call the excretory process.
Oh, gosh. Oh.
So, yeah, that was the audio of the interview that he granted the program.
The journalist came out desperately seeking comment from the gentleman.
And then this show, we gave it a wide berth and played it. And we're very proud of that, obviously. Very, very proud.
Can I get a quick quote?
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Martin, you know about that, Seth Goldcamp.
I would say that the show today has provided plenty of material for the Design Air email of the day, brought to you by the longest running sponsor of the show, and that is Design Air. Going to be touching 90 soon, which means the air conditioning is cranking. If you haven't had it serviced in a while, have Design Air come out there and do a little tune-up just in time for the summer season. Any issues at all year-round with the furnace, the AC, you know where to go. DesignAirService.com. That's the website. Get online and find out more about this company that's been around for more than 100 years. Fourth-generation family-owned business. We love St. Louis success stories. Design Air is certainly one of those, and it continues to be family-owned. So when you get something done or you purchase a brand-new unit, you know this company is going to be here, standing behind their work for decades to come. And they have a handsome repair team as well. On top of it all, not there to upsell you. They're going to get the repairs done. You can count on Design Air. Book that appointment at DesignAirService.com.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor of the email today. Martin is heading out. Martin, finally, after 6-7 months of kabuki theater, I revealed that you were only contracted to work until 7 to 10 because there was anger about the, quote, onboarding bit. For those who thought that there was a serious, quote, bit going on, that you actually were going to onboarding. Do we call that kayfabe? Kayfob? Kayfabe?
I think it's fabe. Kayfabe.
So that was a moment.
There was onboarding. I worked till 10, but there was onboarding the first few weeks. A lot of paperwork, a lot of Hubbard, love Hubbard, a lot of paperwork and onboarding that did, in fact, take place. And now instead I listen and then text you guys about the show.
Yeah, you liked, someone texted in yesterday, take a lap freak. And you liked that
I told you that should be a T-shirt. That was directed at Kurt, maybe? Take a lap freak.
I think because he has shared custody of his dog. Was that what it was?
I think you get doggy cards, right?
Yeah, the dog Father's Day card got the take a lap freak.
Take a lap. Yeah, because
Beer Cats was unhappy with that, I believe.
And people don't like when I read, because I've turned into Edmonds on this show. Hey, guess who's texting me? But I showed it to Jackson during, I think it was during the porta potty, which was after Pele's call. And Matt Holliday just sent the emoji of the guy with the hand slapping his face. And he said, this show. And I agree. And with that, I need to leave.
There it is. Martin's heading out. We go into the 10 o'clock hour. The program's called The Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Pacers defeat the Cavs last night, 114-105. That ends the Cleveland Cavaliers season after a 64-win regular season campaign. The Thunder defeat the Nuggets late in the fourth quarter last night, 112-105. That series now, Thunder lead 3-2. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
$97? 95. I guess I'll go 96 to get them both.
I think it was 96. He died in 97, right?
Yeah, Mo Money, Mo Problems. 97 for sure. Yeah, I'm going to go 96 to get me 95 and 97. I feel good about that. Doug, you can bet your bankroll on. Let's just go ahead and double it up real quick.
All right.
No significance there. That's just a great song.
Okay. Chairman Curtis, we have it officially confirmed.
I'm looking. It's harder. 96.
Okay.
Cardinals, Dimitri Young triple, Brian Jordan home run, Dennis Eckersley fist pump. Cardinals shipped next 3 games aggressively. I got the Spread Zone podcast that I'm recording, and it's going to be tense, I'll be honest with you. Now that we have Radio Wars with the Riz Show and the Fast Lane, because my co-hosts are Riz of the Riz Show, Scott Rizzuto, and Anthony Stalter of the Fast Lane. The way I handle it is I go, oh, hey guys, how's everything going?
Yeah.
But then when I'm on the air, I talk tough. Yeah, exactly. Because that's the way you do it. And then I tweet about them for my burners. But we're going to go in there and we got a PGA Championship and Preakness gambling play. Jackson, do you have a favorite on the PGA Championship since you're not on the Spread Zone, even though you go in there and you go 14-2 in the NCAA tournament and then you just leave after giving people winners?
You know what? I like Ludwig. I'm a big Ludwig guy. He's plus 2,800, I think I saw yesterday. Maybe a T10 finish.
Are you attracted to him?
No, not necessarily. You know what I am attracted to is half a practice swing and hit. He is like a machine. There's no waggle. There's no step off. He takes one practice swing, addresses the ball, and hits it, and is like a machine.
Keith Kachuk could enjoy playing with Ludwig, is what you're saying.
Would agree. Yeah. So
do you have any play that you're looking forward to this week at Quail Hollow?
No, I'm thinking more along the lines of Mark Milton. He's a heck of a player himself.
Yeah, if he got to play with that 18 handicap, he might actually host the Wanamaker. Right. There needs to be a full-fledged investigation launched into that.
Did you say investigation?
Yes.
Because he can do that for you if you have problems with the IRS. Mark Milton is what he does. He'll take care of the godforsaken tax man if he comes looking for you with a little investigation of his own. If you've got years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, and this is serious stuff, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. So Mark Milton is the guy you need in your corner. He is at stlouistaxlawyer.com. That's STL taxlawyer.com. Mark Milton provides a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Don't do it. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. So this guy has got it, and this is the guy you're going to need if you run into any kind of problems with the IRS. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. You'll be saying, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty.
There you go. Mark Milton, longtime sponsor here on TMA. Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Comes your way at 10:45. The Dotem is coming your way 2 weeks from tomorrow. Cannot wait. I am so excited about it. I got a chance to see the golf course with Jesse Kiowski, who heads up the events for TMA. About a month ago, I guess I was out there, and to have the program, we'll be broadcasting live from Oak Valley Golf Course on both Thursday and Friday, May 29th and May 30th. It's presented to you by Michelob Ultra, and when you purchase your team, you get not only, of course, the golf, but complimentary breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, the 100 West Dental Closest to the Pin competition. All your Michelob Ultra is included. A long drive competition courtesy of Pondoff's Anonymous Recovery Podcast, an after party with food from Texas Roadhouse on Thursday, and Super Smokers Barbecue on Friday. And most importantly, our charity partner this year is the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKenna. Andy Banker will be out on the program from Fox 2 on Thursday. Good friends with Brian McKenna, both South City guys, and then Bob Ramsey is going to be with us on Friday. Friday's Dotem sold out, but if you want to play on Thursday, we have foursomes available. I wonder if people are avoiding playing on Thursday because they know I'm playing and they can't win. Do you think that factors in, or is it just a Thursday in the middle of the week when people have jobs?
They're probably afraid that their swing is going to be compared to yours and not measure up and be humbled by your length.
Sit down. Be humble. Yeah, it's going to be a Jim Dandy of an event, and you can register at 101ESPN.com, and you get your lunch, your dinner, your breakfast from Donut Drive-In, your golf, all your beer, and enjoy what usually is beautiful weather. We had one day, though, unfortunately, in which Iggy said it was going to be beautiful, and there was a hurricane that somehow came through the Midwest. But other than that, in many years of the Dotem, and most of the years, I think, have been 2 days. It has been wonderful weather and a lovely gala to get together with TMA listeners and TMA hosts and producers. Sign up. Get your foursome together at 101ESPN.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurtz slides into the dais in the 10 o'clock hour. Jackson Burkett with you. It is TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Mm. So good.
It might be a little dated where it said 40,000 every game.
Wait till you see the crowd on Monday when this team comes back to town with a 15-game winning streak. Is that what it is? Hell, I don't know. 14-game winning streak.
That'd be great.
And the Detroit Tigers come a-calling. Little rematch from 2006 and 1968.
Mm-hmm.
This place is going to be buzzing.
Yeah, things didn't go well in 68, so the fans will really be mad about that.
See?
We were up 3-1 in 68 and blew it.
Cardinals are up 3-1 in 85 and blew it. Cardinals are up in 96, 3-1, blew it.
It hurts.
Blues were up 3-1 on the Canucks in 2003 and blew it.
Blew it, yeah.
Has any market given up more 3-1 leads than St. Louis?
I don't know.
What's the most heartbreaking Cardinals playoff series that you remember?
Gotta be 85, right?
What's that?
Gotta be 85, right?
Yeah, I'd say for me it is.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little young, but I guess so. Had I known about the obsession of the west side of the state with the east side of the state at the time, I think it. I can't imagine being in school in Columbia when that was going on. Since 2000, I always cite this one, and we had Kurt Schilling on the show, and he talked about it too. I think 2001 against the Diamondbacks. That was a great team that I think could have won the World Series and played the Yankees. Just had pitching that was just sick at that time with Woody Williams and Matt Morris. I mean, who would have thought, along with fun buddy Bud Smith. But I think from an emotional standpoint, for those who can remember 2002, the year Jack Buck and then Darryl Kyle passed away, that team was just on a mission. And I think they were shocked that they lost. They were convinced they were going to win the World Series. And that was a heartbreaking walk-off. Kenny Lofton, Doug, and J.D. Drew, as some of his teammates would tell me the next day in the Cardinal clubhouse after they returned from San Francisco, didn't put in the effort they thought, both in running to the ball and then his throw.
Yeah, his throw wasn't great.
And the 2002 one. 2004, even though it was a World Series sweep, because it was so dominated by the Sox that there were guys, and I don't want to say they were laughing, but it was as painless of a World Series loss for a 105-win team that you could experience.
Do you remember feeling like in 2004 after the Red Sox finished that comeback in the ALCS that it was kind of destiny? Did you?
No, not at all. Because the Cardinals had come back. They were down 3-2 going into St. Louis. Kent had a walk-off off Isringhausen in Game 5. I was down there at that ballpark, and that place was, they were going nuts. And I remember, I think, I did a call-in on KFNS. They were doing a post-game show 2004. Yeah, that would have made sense. And I was staying at a hotel maybe like 2 blocks away from what was Minute Maid Park at the time. And I was outside, and everybody was cheering, as you can imagine, and high-fiving. And I'm on the phone, probably a flip phone, still carry it. And some Astros fans, some ladies, probably attracted to me, obviously, went to high-five. And they said, "Oh, Cardinals fans, so sad, too bad."
I wouldn't have done well with that.
Well, I was thinking about them when Edmonds went yard off Maselli and Rowland went yard off Clemens.
Absolutely. God, that's like trolling in real life.
At least they had the nerve to do it in real life.
I was doing a live shot outside the stadium in San Francisco for a playoff series there once. And the game had just ended, so the fans were coming out. And one guy comes up to me and says, "You're from St. Louis. I don't like you. I don't like Monsanto's fertilizer." That's what he said.
He said, "Take that," is what he said.
That's what he said, yeah. Like I was somehow responsible for the Roundup issues.
I remember 2009 hurt me just because I was like so excited to have Waino and Carpenter.
It's a great team.
Go in that like it was full board, finally like truly healthy going into the playoffs.
With Pools and Holiday and sneaker offensive threat. Anybody? Nurse? Yes, Ryan Ludwig.
He was sick that year.
I'm telling you, as far as a Cardinal team that just didn't do anything in the postseason relative to its talent, the 2009 one is the one that stands out to me. I think it's one of the great Cardinal teams that just is forgotten.
Yeah.
And that's super unfortunate because Carpenter and Wainwright never really were firing on all cylinders at the same time, minus 2009. Yeah. Cardinals today against Phillies. For my money, the best series win the Cardinals have had since 2000 was beating that 2011 Phillies team. Nootbaar, Wynn, Donovan, Arenado, Contreras, Herrera, your top 6 to start the doubleheader today. And then Pages, Walker, and Victor Scott with Eric Fetty on the mound. Doug, there is your game 1 starting lineup.
Okay, let's go Redbirds.
Closing the loop, I think in the first segment in the 7 o'clock hour.
We like to tease things at about 7:10 and then deliver on the tease about 10:28, somewhere in there.
I was tasked with some splits, day-night splits.
Oh, yeah, the Sonny Gray, Eric Fetty.
Very, very marginal numbers for both of them day-night. So I don't know what the reasoning is, but day-night split's probably not a reason.
They probably just asked both of them, which would you rather start? Probably. If one of them had a strong preference, they'd say, okay, you take the night one.
And then Buck Swope is not happy with, I don't know if it's Chairman Kurt or Jackson, on the Notorious B.I.G. date of Hypnotize. He texted my phone to say Hypnotize was 1997.
Yeah, it was recorded in late 96. I did catch that it came out early 97.
Would you like to apologize to Buck Swope?
I don't.
Good on you.
You need time away? Or?
Yeah, you guys can finish the show. I'll go.
Chairman Kurt's going to go work on his wedges.
Oh.
It's a beautiful day to do so. It's also a beautiful day to call James Carlton at 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Long-time TMA sponsor and even longer-time Tim McKernan Show podcast sponsor. That's James Carlton, online at carltoninsurance.net. Call right now at 314-961-4800. You're going to talk to a live person right there in the offices in Webster Groves. Great customer service. I can't say enough. There isn't a thing that I could say they could do better. And here's another thing. If your insurance has gone up year over year, give James a chance to save you money. So many listeners over the years have emailed me, DM'd me and said, man, I heard the commercials for James Carlton. I thought, fine, I'll just call. And then the next thing I know, he really does save you money. If you have kids under 25 on your insurance policy, this is where James has saved TMA listeners the most money. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Coming up at 11 o'clock, and this means it'll be on YouTube, Riz, Anthony Stalter, and I will be doing the PGA Championship / Preakness spread zone. And so, Doug, I am getting better at teasing, and I'm not going to reveal my plays.
Oh, that's good.
For the PGA Championship until spread zone. But I do have my plays, and they will be revealed in that. That's on the 101 ESPN YouTube and the 105.7 The Point YouTube. There you go. It's called the Spread Zone Podcast. And I don't know, we have a huge sponsor on it now. I don't know if that's been announced or not, so I guess I'll just sit on. Always err on the side of caution.
Sure.
But I do know Design Air is the sponsor of the email today. That's coming up in 20 minutes. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, a link I was sent here is most obese U.S. states reveal the new report. Did yours make the list?
The most obese U.S. state. I'll say Mississippi.
Chairman Kurt, was this your link or Jackson's?
This is mine.
Okay, so Chairman Kurt, have you seen the column?
I have not.
Okay.
I was also going to say Mississippi, but I'll diversify and say West Virginia.
That's a nice play. Jackson, you have seen the link.
Yeah, so I have to recuse.
Well, we started with Clyde from Arkansas. I'll make a play on Arkansas. Somewhere in the SEC. Let's see what we got. Doug, here is the background on the story. And in van, 2-1. Oh, Chairman Kurt, you shipped it.
West Virginia?
Really? West Virginia. It's a heavy truth to bear.
Okay.
U.S. News has weighed in on America's ever-expanding waistline, ranking the country's most obese states. And the results may leave you reconsidering that greasy burrito.
You got to get back into local TV.
You think so?
I mean,
a lot of money.
Look at your delivery.
A lot of money in there. Topping the list is West Virginia, where nearly 41% of adults are classified as obese, giving the Mountain State a not-so-slim lead over its neighbors. Boy, how good are we, though? Next are Arkansas and Mississippi.
Yep.
And then Louisiana, Alabama, Oklahoma, and just big doings for the SEC.
I was about to say, this is all SEC country.
You would figure places where they have fried foods and that kind of thing. In the South, the Southern food that you associate with the SEC territory, you'd assume those people would be a little heavier. I don't know what it is about West Virginia.
The lowest rate of obesity states.
Vermont.
Vermont is in the top 10.
Okay. New Hampshire. Maine.
New Hampshire and Maine are not
really
in the top 10.
Okay, we're just guessing. How about Hawaii?
Hawaii's number 2.
Is it? Okay. Where else would you want to be thin? Let's see, outdoorsy.
Colorado.
Yes!
Is that right?
Colorado.
So they consider obese... you're with a BMI over 30.
That BMI is a dated stat.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, someone who's 5'10" and 210 pounds would be 30 on the BMI index. So use that scale for your judgment. I wouldn't consider someone who's 5'10", 210 to be obese.
I'm 5'2", $155.
I'd kill to be a 30 on the BMI scale.
The caller we had was 5'4", 620.
That's what the listeners thought.
If Tim was really 5'2", 155, he'd still be under obese.
Oh, nice.
28.
Yeah.
They would change the scale, though, if Tim...
I agree with you.
Yeah, sure they would, to make it perfect.
Now, the obesity rate is defined as having a BMI of 30 or higher.
Yeah.
But how would they know how everyone weighs? What
US
everyone
News.
weighs?
Well, didn't you fill out the survey when it came via snail mail?
They're just guessing.
What?
They don't have everybody's weight in West Virginia.
You think they attached like a ham sandwich to these surveys and anyone
that was
took
Mama
it?
Cass?
No, I don't think they know.
Right? She did the California Dreamin' and then had a ham sandwich and that was it?
Do you think you could get every doctor's office in the state to turn in their records to let you know how much everyone weighs? How else are they going to know?
I think all those medical doctors would lose their license if they started giving away those information.
They don't know.
That's a HIPAA violation.
They don't know what people weigh. They're guessing.
The BMI of 30 or higher is associated with an increased risk of sleep apnea, infertility, depression, heart disease, diabetes, certain cancers, and multiple Twitter burner accounts. So that's interesting that they have that data, too. The World Health Organization officially declared obesity a global epidemic in 1997, noting that rates had nearly tripled since 1975. That's when the epidemic began. Like there was an epidemic that began in 1975.
It seems about right there.
The BMI thing is nonsense, though. Like LeBron at his biggest was 6'8", 280, and that would be a 30.8 BMI.
So he is not healthy.
LeBron's obese.
Well, yeah, I would say doesn't count for professional athletes.
Certainly.
Sports Talk Radio.
But I look back when I was a kid in the 70s. I don't think I had any friends that were overweight or fat. I don't remember people in high school.
That's because you didn't like fat kids and would shame them from being in your friend group.
It's because there just weren't very many of them.
They're all hammering darts, staying skinny.
Oh, you guys were smoking a lot?
Well,
you go Winston? You enjoy menthols, Cools with a K?
Killed our appetites.
That's exactly right.
Oh, White Horse? Yeah, there are ample fats in West Virginia. That's from Sweet Sweet Kai. He's had a huge...
There are ample fats everywhere. My point is, there is no state database that comes out where people have to list their weight. So how are you going to know? How do you have these stats?
If St. Charles ever gets it away and becomes a separate state, it'll be the number one.
You know, I was curious about obese municipalities.
Warren County Wizard.
Obese municipalities in Missouri, and take this Kansas City. Kansas City is more obese than St. Louis.
Based on what?
Just in time for Sporting KC.
That 85 World Series doesn't feel so good now, does it?
Yep. I'm calling into question all of the stats, the entire survey.
I think if you put on a Chiefs jersey, you instantly gain 10 pounds.
Well, I guess that could happen.
Based on the data.
But Doug, your height and weight are on your driver's license, so anyone who drives would be known by the state. That's from the 314.
Yeah, we didn't give that.
And so
yeah,
in
I told
Missouri,
him I was 180.
6 million people, they have that data on 6 million, and they're running those numbers right now just for this story.
But you give, they don't weigh you and measure you at the DMV. At least I definitely didn't get weighed and
Right,
measured.
they
You
just
just
tell
tell
you.
them.
But I'm saying the people who wrote this story, they went through all 6 million, did they?
You'll have to ask our friends at U.S. News.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where the study was conducted. Guys, I became obese after my 20th wedding anniversary. That way I had some boobs I was allowed to fondle. Doug, that's from Major Stronzo, so he grew his own man breasts?
Just to have something to fondle.
Wasn't there that guy in prison who had something similar?
Yeah, those were drawn on, though, I think.
Yeah, that was some serial killer, right?
Yeah, and somehow he had like a bowl of cocaine. Like, how'd that come through? I mean, Red and Shawshank would get you,
like a harmonica.
And they got
a bowl of
They got a
junk.
camera in there to take it.
He
Everyone's
said,
okay
I don't
with
want to
that?
believe. I'm having a great time.
And he had breasts. It was very odd.
Yeah.
Was that Richard Speck?
That sounds
I
right.
think that might be right.
I typed in prisoner with breast, and that came up.
I don't think
He
that
leads the
necessarily
list.
narrows it down. All right, you got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Quit the fat shaming, Doug! That's from the Big Show. Big Show also says there have been black bears spotted at our golf course with a dodo.
Really?
We don't want one of the golfers eaten.
Bear spray.
I'd love to know that. It's good information to have. Guys, Warren County has more fast food restaurants than people. 636. Is that true? Is that the
I doubt it.
That's a bad stat.
How would you ever get people to work there if you didn't have any people living there?
Out of towners.
People commute in? Like they fly in?
Well, clearly this area needs to be catered to. So someone's got to fill these jobs.
Sharon in Clayton says there's nothing like an unhealthy obsession with food and exercise to keep your BMI at a healthy level. I'm doing my part for our state. You're welcome. Doug, that's Sharon in Clayton.
That would have been a good line for Housewives of GMA.
She didn't breed, and I think that helps too.
Oh,
Dude, we get it. You work out, guy.
yeah, that helps.
Look
a
at
lot.
me, I work out.
Got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today next. TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Let's play two. The Cardinals doubleheader today. First one starts at 12:05. Eric Fetty on the mound against the Phillies. And then the second game will start right around 5:15 p.m. Sonny Gray on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA 101 ESPN. 100 West Dental's got that sponsorship on the closest to the pin competition. They'll win on May 29th. Do you know what the distance is so I can start dialing that in on that par 3 for the 100 West Dental?
I think it's the 183 yards, Tim.
You got a glove for that, Doug?
I don't have a club for 183. No, I don't.
God, do you know if it's downhill and if the wind's with us?
I believe it's downhill and the wind is kind of swirling.
Oh.
That would be a great Lenardi wrinkle for golf.
It's guessing holes in one.
8 months from now, you guess what the wind is going to be doing on a certain hole.
The Dotem and 100 West Dental, sponsor of the Michelob Ultra Dotem, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow. 100 West Dental's Dr. Brandon Pryor. I know. Most people go, I don't want to go to the dentist. I don't want to go to the dentist. I want to support the sponsors. I don't want to go to the dentist, though. I understand that. Here's the deal. It's a totally different kind of dental experience in office. I've been in there, and I can tell you that firsthand. They have the most modern technology. The patient experience is really at the front of the mind. And the thing about this is even though dental insurance and medical insurance are separated, they're not separated in your body. So if you don't have great dental health, it can impact the rest of your health. If you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem. They have a membership plan at 100 West Dental that aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. They have a huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com. And I'll tell you this, you can schedule it without even making a phone call. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. It's 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com. Doug, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Late entry here titled Black Bears. And you guys were educating me on... What is it? If it's black, fight back. If it's brown, lay down. And if it's white, good night.
That's it. That's the key to the bears.
Have you heard that before, Doug?
No, but I've never really been hunted by a polar bear to have to worry about such a thing.
If it's black, you're supposed to make yourself big and loud.
Yeah. Because they're more cowardly than the other bears?
Yep.
Really?
Okay.
And so if a polar bear comes after you, you're done for.
Yeah, you better
Is
start.
that right?
Yeah.
But it's not gonna, unless you break into the zoo, it's not going to happen, right?
Well, I went to Ladue High School. I knew some
Where'd
people.
that come from?
Well, I knew some people who went on some Arctic hunt, truly wild, and they saw a polar bear and had to hide, and it was crazy.
Where do you hide? Find an igloo?
There was some story they said where they had to get away from it because obviously it's a polar bear and it's going to destroy you.
Huh?
But yes. I think you want to look like a predator against a black bear. You want to get big.
You run serpentine.
No,
that's for the crocodile. Alligator and crocodile. And moose.
A moose?
Thin little paper ankles.
What did you say? Tickle their nose or tickle their belly or something on the gators?
Oh, yeah. You turn them upside down. You rub their belly, and they kind of like that.
Well, rub the cap the other way.
Yep. Oh, you say there have been black bear spottings out at the golf course. So, yeah, in a few weeks, the course is going to be littered with big, white, sweaty bears. White bears with an appetite for Lee's Deedle at a sex drive like no other. Hopefully there will be a mother figure booth where the bears can sal up with that plate and rub-a-dub-dub the foot of an elderly woman. These white bears are naughty. That's from Fuelsy.
Fuelsy.
Have you ever been disowned by your whole family because you took advice from a pale producer on a local sports radio show? Well, I, 25-year-old male, have. This past weekend, I wanted to celebrate my mother. After seeing Jackson's cute little ad for Lee's Chicken, I decided I would buy my mother some fried chicken and offer her a foot rub. Well, I don't live near a Lee's, so I settled for a bucket of chicken from the Walmart deli. That was probably my first mistake, but my biggest mistake was after dinner when I asked, "Hey, Mom, are you ready for that foot job now?" The room went silent Before I could even realize what was wrong, I was told to get the hell out and don't come back. They even called the police to get a restraining order. I was served in front of my child. 3, female, yellow lab. I've tried to reach out to explain how it was just an honest mistake, but my whole family has cut off any form of communication. I'm pretty upset about it, but what really gets me is that my child, 3, female, yellow lab, will have to grow up without her grandparents around. Maybe Doug could use his platform on Channel 4 to reach my parents and try to help the situation. Thanks, guy. That's from Joey Vitale's Face Dong.
Joey Vitale's Face Dong.
Dear Morning After Boys, it's your great Aunt Mildred. And I just finished cleaning prune juice off the wall after that godforsaken porta potty story. Are you telling me some fully grown numbnuts willingly climbed into the blue plastic crapper like it was Narnia? In my day, the only thing going into one of those was fear, shame, and Taco Bell. Whatever he was looking for down there, I hope it was worth marinating in hot summer brine. You boys are absolutely disgusting, and I love every damn second of it. But next time, warn an old lady before you drop a tale about some poor guy spelunking into a chemical toilet like it's a lifestyle choice. I nearly flatlined. Keep it gross, you filthy animals. Love, great Aunt Mildred. P.S. If that man ends up with his own OnlyFans, I expect a cut. I've seen worse kinks on the TMA fan page. Doug, that's great Aunt Mildred.
Aunt Mildred. She's new.
Fell in love at Bendelo's yesterday after a media golf scramble. You, the 19-year-old executive producer who called himself a creative strategist, but your main task is exporting reels of 2 guys debating the Cardinals' number 5 starter in portrait mode. You wore a hair helmet at the bar and described it as part of your, quote, long-term brand protection plan. You mentioned backfilling a 56-year-old vapor trail of St. Louis radio named Gangster Pete, who considered blind loyalty to a dying city and Mountain Dew Baja Blast a personality trait. When he dipped out to scrape rodents off Cherokee Street, you stepped in, armed with a ring light, a Venmo business account, and a group chat you labeled the Writer's Room. You use your PTO days to mancation in the Ozarks with your boys' oatmeal, soup can, and knapsack, where you film slow-motion B-roll of White Claws being opened with the Oppenheimer score playing faintly in the background.
Shout out Ludwig.
Media relic, spot slinger, closer. I once sold a 30-second ad to a concrete company by calling their jingle Emotional Asphalt. My BlackBerry is held together by station stickers, and my claim to fame is pitching a segment called Over-Unders, where I ask Radio Row DJs to guess how much money I've wasted brokering my own slots to ham radio. The network said no. I mailed them a CD anyway. Let's collab. You bring your GoPro and your buddy soup can. I'll bring a duffel bag full of expired remotes and a folder labeled ESPN Plus pitches. Takes too controversial for the paywall. That's from Big Dank Del Vecchio. Doug, get off your ass and tell Generation Pokemon over there what this media means to us. We're media men, not understudies for David Fincher. Act like it.
Oh,
it's Big Tank Del Vecchio.
Big Tank Del Vecchio.
And finally, well, they're not happy in the text inbox. Some texters hate that we're equating local municipalities to different U.S. states. Some texters hate that we're booking guests. Some texters hate that we're talking about sports. Some texters hate that we're not talking about sports. I'm not happy that Chairman Kurt Googled what year Biggie's Hypnotize was released and still got it wrong. Yes, the texters hate. Martin's first guest is back-to-back TMA Newcomer of the Year nominee, sweet guy.
Yeah, Ben Simmons treatment.
And he's here to provide details of his sus wedding booked at a hostile Airbnb residence that doesn't want them there. Now, most people would just find another venue, but this actually works out better because it allows Libby Jack and all of his little tee-hee boyfriends to all sleep together without their icky girlfriends, including the ones who are faker than Anthony Michael Hall's Canadian Canadian girlfriend from Breakfast Club. Up next, we've got the Plowhawk. He's not there, Tim, because Libby Jack hung up on him like he was Larry Nickel. Okay, now Plowsy's back to let us know he actually appreciates the cost savings of Libby Jack skipping his wedding, but it's news to him because Libby Jack hasn't RSVP'd yet. Yeah, Libby Jack claims he's a new guy when it comes to weddings and apparently doesn't grasp that RSVP is French for tell us if you're coming or not, dumbass. Meanwhile, Iggy's cruising the YouTube chat trying to fill a +1 that Plowsy is in for sure. He was even granted, presumably looking for a married woman to drive him to and from the wedding and perhaps come up to his new apartment and do all the work while he lies there. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Ladies Breast, and that's what we have.
Buck
So the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, Doug. What you got?
I'm going to go with Big Tank Del Vecchio.
Yeah, I hate to be in lockstep with you, Doug, but it was a big tank day for me.
Tank.
Big Tank Del Vecchio is making a Sunday charge on a Wednesday morning. Doug, it's time for us to go. BK and Ferrari are up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.